Hello, how's it going everyone? I'm going to guess that the music is alright, and we're going to start in a bit. Alright, it's been 4 months since we last played Ace Attorney. We finished the 5th case, which was the end of the first game, and today we're going to start the second game. So let's just probably jump right into it. Alright. Let me open up the game real quick. And probably remove the music as well. Alright. Should be looking up right now. There we go. Hopefully it sounds okay. Y aquí estamos. Continue. No. Yes, I think we need to start from here. If I'm being honest. Yeah, because we already did the Count of the Baskervilles story. By the way, this is okay. So this is the end of the previous one. Let's go back to title and just no, that's it. And there we go. Imperial Woodland, welcome in. I hope you enjoy your lurk and that you have a fantastic Friday. Yes, today is Friday. And happy last day of Pride Month. Oh no, Susato's dad. Susato's dad is...
Standing here in the bright sunshine, looking out over the vast ocean. Those days in London seem like a dream. But I do miss my time in England's vast capital. You know, he's flourished into a truly wonderful lawyer. I've no doubt that at this very moment, he's fighting some noble cause in court. Forgive me for taking so long to come to visit you. My life has been such a whirlwind since I returned. And no one could have predicted what has happened. Just 2 months after arriving home.
I find myself faced with another awful crime. She's back! Ding dong, the bitch is back!
So I came here today to ask something of you. Tomorrow, I shall be standing in court. For the only time in my life. As a lawyer.
Oh.
So please,
She's dead. Yes.
I ask for your
Vamos.
guidance. Kazuma-sama.
Oh. Oh, so it wasn't her dad. Okay. It was Kazuma's grave. Thank God. Episode 1. The Adventure of the Blossoming Attorney. Oh god, I'm going to have to do Susato voice all throughout the stream. This is going to be... Alright, I need to get myself ready for this. 13th of August, 8:26 AM. Supreme Court of Judicature, Defendants, Antechamber number 3. Here I am again after 9 months. Supreme Court of Judicature of Japan. I feel so nervous, but I must still my nerves and find a way to compose myself. Hey, el viejo puto. Ah, good you're here. It doesn't do for a lawyer to be late. Oh, yes, good morning, sir. I hardly recognize you. You got a fine figure, counsel. But you look as white as a sheet. And those white eyes aren't doing you any favors either. Oh dear. The truth is, I'm so incredibly nervous, I feel utterly nauseated. I almost wish that I had never been born. Okay, that we just get that right out of the gate. But goodness, not the sort of thing a father hopes to hear from his daughter, I must say. Yuji Mikotoba, professor of medicine at the Imperial Yume University. A man who earlier in his life traveled to Great Britain to study the latest advances in forensic medical science. And of course, my brilliant father. Excuse me. Maya? Would I be correct in thinking you're to be my lawyer in court today? Yes, that's right, miss. This is Maya. This is just straight up Maya. Well, I want to thank you for agreeing to represent me. I swear on my life. Thark is back! The Thark is back. Welcome in, Rage. I'm back to doing my silly voices. Now that I am free from university. How are you doing? How's your Friday been? Yep. Good. I took Ham to the bed and slept. That's enough for the day. You can rest easy now. You can take it easy for now and just chill to my silly voices that I hope aren't too horrible, because I need to do most of them in girl voice, and my girl voice are just not good in general. I cannot do very high tones and make them distinct. Oh well, here I go. I swear on my life. It's a complete fabrication, this whole thing. I am Membani, born the same year as I and my greatest friend. And they were greatest friends. How unusual for a woman in her time, she works at the university research laboratory, helping my father. So we're playing as Susato, who was the judicial assistant from the previous 5 cases now. And she's back in Japan and she's going to act as the lawyer this time. And sadly, she is the defendant in today's trial. Accused of committing a truly awful murder. Okay, so I'm already seeing some parallels between the first case of the previous game, which was Kazuma and Ryunosuke. Well, Kazuma was going to defend Ryunosuke, but it ended up being the other way around. Well, you know what I mean, like there's a parallelism between friends defending themselves in court in the first case of both these games. So we'll see where this goes. I hope that the sound of the game is high enough to be heard. I hope the sound levels are alright. Are you feeling alright? Since we started talking, you seem, well, to have become a little flush. Oh my, it's just that you look so gallant and dashing. Oh my god. ¿Bolleras? ¿Bolleras en mi juego de Ace Attorney? No me lo creo. Bolleras is like a term we use in Spanish for lesbians. Which is just very, very funny to use. It just sounds so good for some reason. Sorry? And when I fall under your intense gaze, it makes me feel rather bad. ¿Bolleras? Bolleras. Tenemos bolleras. I mean, they call it Ace Attorney, you know, so there's like... It's fitting for Pride Month. Blue Parrot. Tenemos bolleras, Blue Parrot. Bolleras, bolleras. Te resumo rápidamente. Esta es nuestra amiga. Esta es la amiga de Susato, ¿vale? Porque ahora estamos jugando como Susato. Entonces, Susato ahora va a hacer de abogada para su amiga. Porque han matado a la vieja puta británica del primer caso del juego anterior. Ding dong, the witch is dead. Han matado a Giselle Brett. They have killed Giselle Brett in the... Oh, Dios mío, Susato tiene novia. Let's go. Bolleras. Goodness, I don't think she knows. This is going to be hard because I'm going to have to do 2 different girl voices with different pitches. So let's hope that goes. Sí, a la del cisne. Sí. She hasn't realized who I am. Oh, so you are keeping your identity a secret. It would seem our little plan for this trial is going to work. Oh, what do you mean, Professor Mikotoba? If even your best friend can see through the disguise, I think we can relax. Disguise? Yes, I've never tried dressing this way before, of course. So I wasn't sure how convincing it would be. But this does make me feel a little relieved, as you say, Father. Father? She just realized that she is crushing on her best friend. Amazing. What? Is that you, Susato? I'm so sorry I didn't say anything sooner, Ray. No, what are you doing? What's going on? What? Is she girl? I think this is the best Ace Attorney game. That varsity uniform, that varsity cap, that varsity cape, that varsity badge. Is this a fanfiction? I think it is. Look at you! You look for all the world just like a student of the Imperial Yume University. A male student. Ooh. I'm so glad you think so. So, is she pretending to be Ryunosuke just to defend her best friend? Is this what's going on here? It means all my preparations have been worthwhile. I woke at 4 this morning to make a start. But I don't understand. Why are you dressed like that? Well, you see... It was the only way. The only way she would be permitted into the Supreme Court to take on your defense in this trial. Ah, I get it. Yeah, it's the good old 20th century, and women don't have the most rights yet. My defense. Que te des cuenta, niña, que soy bolleras. Let's see your super smart guy implement his int stat. This is not int. This is bullshit stat, because I am bullshitting my way through the evidence. Welcome in CPC Gamer. I hope you are doing well. We were just talking that that this game has lesbians in it, like right out of the gate. Wisdom, fair enough. So we're going to defend our best friend, and we're playing as Susato, which was the judicial assistant from the previous game, and she is currently dressed as a man, as a male student, and her best friend was crushing on her without knowing it was her. So we have lesbians in this game already, so that's fitting for Pride Month. Never before in my life have I felt so frustrated at having been born into this body. Courts in Japan are bare to women. We're not even allowed to set foot inside the courtroom. Despite the fact that the laws of the land apply to all people, male and female alike. But women are forbidden. As for today, I'll be leaving my true self at the courtroom door, so that I can act as your lawyer. Oh, Susato, you would go to such lengths for me? Of course, you're my greatest friend. Greatest friend with like quote unquote, you know, like quote unquote great friend. I just worry that I shouldn't be the lawyer you deserve. Oh no, I have complete faith in you. Hey. It's so strange though. I mean, you're such an accomplished judicial assistant already. And yet, that's because you're a woman. What a wretched reason! Those eyes aren't friends. Yeah, and they were best friends, and they were roommates as well. Also, she really does look... She looks a lot like Maya. Right? Like, she looks a lot like Maya. So we'll see where that goes. I mean, why shouldn't you be allowed in court? You're so gallant and dashing! Bolleras. They are bolleras. Which... because you weren't here before, CPC Gamer, but bolleras is a term in Spanish we use for lesbians, and it's just very fun to say out loud, so I'm going to keep using it. Ray, please don't look at me like that with those flash cheeks and doubting eyes. Look, the game is just saying it straight to my face. Oh, I'm sorry, it's just... You really do look so dashing. Yes, you mentioned that once or twice. You should be pleased. It means you look convincing as a man. I am pleased, I think. It certainly helped me to bolster my confidence today. This is really like working out for the end of Pride Month. You're managing to put on a brave face in all this, but I can see through it. I've noticed how your shoulders are slumped, and how you're trembling ever so slightly. Susato, you do believe in me, don't you? I couldn't have. I mean, murder. Of course. You have nothing to worry about. Your conscience is perfectly clean. Isn't that right? Yes. Yes, it is. Perfectly clean. Haha, Ray, you are fucking my daughter. Sorry, I'm back, guys. I was doing this stuff. Oh my god, Ray, no. Haha, Ray, you are fucking my daughter. let the floodgates open, wide open. I have absolutely no doubt in my mind about your innocence. Which is why I will stand by you until the bitter end in this trial. Whatever happens, I will always be on your side. Because that's what it means to be a defense lawyer. That means so much to me, Susato. I'm just doing regular high-pitched voice for her, which really saddens me. I need to find new high-pitched voices to do. Maybe I should give her an accent or something. Defendant, counsel. Court is about to begin. Proceed to the courtroom at once. You should go in at once, Ray. If you're late, the judge won't hesitate to pronounce you guilty. Oh! Stay inside! Move, fuckers! I'm late to my trial. I don't think I've ever seen her run so fast. She really is Maya. She has the chaotic energy of Maya. Well, Susato, you've certainly surprised your father. Going to such lengths to be admitted into the courtroom, and with no prior experience of being a lawyer. There was simply no other way. That is all there is to it. But father, you haven't told her, have you? I mean, I'm right in assuming that Ray doesn't know how it came to this. Yes, quite right. I've kept that information from her. It would only worry her if she found out that no other lawyer would agree to take her case. Oh, most of the Ace Attorney games end with and no one start with and no one wanted to take your case except me, which is, you know, interesting. I didn't want to burden her with that. And is it true? The reason why every other lawyer is refusing to take the case? Is it really because of who the victim was? We should be making a move now too. As you know, law isn't my field, but I'll do what I can to support my student. Thank you, father. I'm Susato Mikotoba, a judicial assistant. 8 months ago, I accompanied a student of law on a study trip to Great Britain. But 2 months ago, due to unforeseen circumstances, I found myself back in Japan. Mialo. How many times have I wished that he were here, I wonder? Still, I have no choice now but to steel myself for the trial ahead. Wish me luck, Naruhodo-san. Oh boy, here we go. 13th of August, 9 AM. Supreme Court of Judicature, courtroom number 1. Look at her! This court is now in session to hear the trial of Ray Membani. His hair. Kazuma cut his hair at the first case, remember? And now he has to wear it like that. It's incredible. The prosecution is fully ready to proceed, Your Excellency. Oh! Bolleras. Oh my god, look at her. Defense counsel, are you ready? Yes, Your Excellency. We are ready. Ready. Oh my god, she has the same nervous look that Ryunosuke had at the beginning of the game, of the previous game. Oh my god. Yes, counsel. According to your registration details, your name is, Ryutaro Naruhodo. Is that correct? Ryutaro, quote-unquote. Sorry? Oh, yes, I had to come up with a suitable male name for you for this little venture. So I'm afraid to say I simply put down the first name that sprung to mind. Well, Council. Yes, that's right. That's me. Yes, I am Ryutaro. He who has vowed to uphold the pride of the great Naruhodo clan. It seems Ryutaro may need to consider how better to uphold his manly act first and not overdo it. It's like speaking out loud, but to make sure that she is kept in place. And those wild, wide eyes aren't doing you any favors either. Just relax and listen. Hodo? A phrase facing the courtroom, if I'm not mistaken. But the name Naruhodo, would that perchance be? You may be thinking of Ryunosuke Naruhodo, currently in Britain as part of a study program. This is, his cousin. That's right. Ryutaro here has been studying in the provinces, but was called to the capital for this trial. I assure you, in matters of law, his knowledge rivals that of any of Tokyo's preeminent lawyers. I'm a man, I'm a male, I'm a he. Any of them. I need to remember how to do the Audrey voice. It was very nasal in nature. What a pitiful situation. Having been rejected by every lawyer in the capital, the accused has had to call in a country boy. How dare you! Susato is every bit as gallant and dashing as any of your Tokyo attorneys. Rei! And there goes our facade. I won't have you making fun of her. Hair? Oh, Please be careful, Rei. What an unrefined tomboy we have here. Look, even the game is saying it. But I wonder, is your gallant and dashing lawyer up to the challenge of defending you? His wide, skinny eyes very much suggest that he is not. Ugh, I'm so nervous. Now that I'm standing in his shoes, I'm starting to understand what Naruhodo-san goes through. Like it or not, eyes are wont to fleet. The case to be heard on this day is a matter of great significance to our national interests. In fact, it would be reasonable to assume that the outcome of this trial may well affect the very future of our empire. Just like the trial 9 months ago. And yet, for proceedings of such importance, we have this unknown yokel by the dock? Dear me. Perhaps this would be an appropriate moment for me to assess the defense. To determine whether you are sufficiently competent to practice in this courtroom. 9 months ago, when a certain other Naruhodo stood where you're standing now, this same judge tested him as well. And even though he was just a student at the time, not even of law, he passed the test with flying colors. For a trained and inexperienced judicial assistant like you, this will be easy. So, Counsel, do you consent to answering some simple questions? Oh, she took the cape off. Without the cape, she is even more of a boyera. It's incredible. Alright, it's time to prove myself. Even the same pose. Yes, Your Excellency, but please do make them simple. Very well, to start with. You will state the name of the victim. Phew, that is simple. I couldn't forget that if I tried. I am leaving seeing Susato like this. This is so... Please, stay like this for the rest of the game. I am begging you. Ah. Shit. What's the matter? Now that I'm standing in his shoes, I'm starting to understand something else Naruhodo-san goes through. Like it or not, minds are wont to blank. It's not surprising, really. It's your first time in this position and in that guise. Even a bright spark like you is bound to flicker and falter a little under the circumstances. Oh dear, this is a dismal failure. Don't fret. You need only to use the knowledge you've gained as a judicial assistant to overcome the problem. Of course, the court record, Susato, that's like the only thing we use in these games. Yes, the answer will be amongst all the key information about the case in the court record. That's right. Just use E to open the court record. Dad, what the fuck are you talking about? Then you need to flip to the people section with E. Dad, there is no E. There's only a lot of papers. And don't take too long over it. His Excellency is watching you closely. Alright, check the court record with E, whatever that's supposed to be. That's where the information I need will be. Alright, let's see. Post-mortem report. Time of death just after 2 PM. Death is believed to be due to trauma to the victim's lung from a knife blade. Oh, ironic. Ironic considering that she killed Professor Wilson with a drug that made him choke without being able to move. Only a single wound was identified. Jailbread, female, British. Asserted by examination and witness statements, 11th of August. Single deep stab wound from behind piercing a lung and resulting in a fatal hemorrhage. Death would have occurred within minutes. Notes: extreme meiosis, pupil constriction, was observed in the victim in both eyes. Alright. Yuji Mikotoba, 43, a medical school professor at the Imperial Yume University. He is an authority in forensic medicine in charge of the university's laboratory. He also happens to be my father. Rei Membami. Membami, okay. My best friend, who works as an assistant to my father in his laboratory at the Imperial Yume University. She is the defendant in this case. The Jailbread, the victim of the case, who was a former British exchange student. 9 months ago, she was found guilty of the murder of visiting professor Dr. John Wilson. She was 25. Tagetsuchi Aochi, the lead prosecutor of this case, who appears to be struggling to accept the changes afoot as a result of these turbulent new times in Japan, the Meiji era. Alright. I'm waiting, counsel. What is the name of the victim in this case? Clearly, it's Yuji Mikoto. No, it's Jailbread.
Yes!
Oh my god, I love her. I already loved her in the previous game, but this is pumping her up to the same level as Ryunosuke. Oh my god. The name of the victim who lost her life in this case is Miss Jailbread. Jailbread. A name that will never be forgotten in the courtrooms of our country, I'm sure. Correct. And being a member of our empire's judiciary, you will be well aware of the significance of that name. So, let me pose another simple question. As you know, Miss Bread was a visiting student from the Empire of Great Britain. Why then is her name indelibly associated with our own empire's judicial history? Obviously, you won't have forgotten that case from 9 months ago. But if it's proving hard to recall the finer points, everything you need is included in the court record. Obviously, I still remember. That was the start of everything. The Jailbread. Behind the woman student persona was the face of... Queen Victoria herself! No, it was a killer.
Yes!
Ooh, first slam? Right out the gate? 9 months ago, a visiting professor of medicine at the Imperial Yume University was killed. And the culprit was... the Jailbread. Yes, she was a killer. At the time, our country had just signed a new treaty with the Empire of Great Britain. And it was in the midst of this delicate diplomatic situation that the incident occurred. An Englishman, Dr. John H. Wilson, was shot to death. I believe he was an associate of yours. Oh, so this is the judge talking. I believe he was an associate of yours, Professor Mikotowa. Yes, I was indebted to the man. He had been my mentor when I went to London to study forensic medicine. Indeed, it was I who invited him here to Japan as a visiting professor at the university. Naturally, the murder of an Englishman on our soil was a matter of the government wish to resolve rapidly. Indeed it was, which is why a secret trial was conducted here at the Supreme Court. A student of the Imperial Yume University was arrested on suspicion of murder. Second-year English language student. Oh, language student! I don't think we ever learned in the previous game what he was studying. I thought he was studying biology, but turns out he was studying languages. By the name of Ryunosuke Naruhodo. Kazuma! Kazuma, my beloved. With the help of his partner, a student lawyer, the accused conducted his own defense and exposed the despicable crime committed by Miss Giselle Brett. Miss Brett eventually admitted to her crime. However, when questioned about the motive that drove her to take Dr. Wilson's life, he gave no satisfactory answer before the trial reached its conclusion. Immediately after the trial, the British government brought its consular jurisdiction into play. We were unable to sentence Miss Brett according to our empire's laws. It was decided that she would be removed to Shanghai, China, instead. Why Shanghai? There's a British consular court there. Correct. I oversaw the negotiations personally. The date of her transfer to Shanghai was finally settled upon only last week. All that remained of her empire's obligations was to see the woman safely on board the steamship. And yet, the very day before her departure, the English woman was killed. Only the day before? Exactly the day before. That will do. I'm satisfied that the counsel for the defense is sufficiently capable of representing the defendant. Oh. Thank you, Your Excellency. Over the first hurdle. Now, a summary of the incident, if you please. Prosecutor Auchi. Arriba España. As is your wish, Your Excellency. The repugnant crime took place on the 11th of August, in broad daylight. Oh, that's a nice beach. On the outskirts of the Imperial capital, under a bright blue sky at a secluded bathing spot by the sea. The incident occurred inside a small beach hut, erected for bathers to rest or change their clothes. Yep, he is dead. Even the swan is dead. The cause of death was a single stab wound to the posterior abdomen that pierced the victim's lungs. An injury which proved fatal. Now, I don't think that she was going for a swim, because look at the clothes that she is wearing. I doubt that. So probably she was either called in there by the killer or something else. We'll have to see. There were two persons alone together in the beach hut at the time of the victim's death. Oh, excuse me, her bathing attire? She was wearing her full dress in that picture. Miss Brett in her bathing attire, and the accused, Ray Membami. I cannot speak. Accordingly, there can be no doubt of the accused's guilt, especially when we consider she had a powerful motive. The police arrived rapidly at the scene and promptly arrested the young lady. Oh boy. Well, that extraordinary description of events leaves me somewhat lost for words, I must say. Yeah, there were like a lot of details missing. That's certainly true. The prosecution's summary was full of words that raised an awful lot of questions. As a lawyer, I really ought to pick up the prosecution counsel and what he said about a powerful motive. Yeah, like, What motive did she have? You're clearly exaggerating. Powerful motive is a blatant overstatement. It's the yokel boy using long words he doesn't fully understand. I beg your pardon. No matter. Let us put this to the accused, shall we? I'm Bani-san. You're a research assistant at the Imperial University, I believe. Yes, I am. I'm working with Professor Mikotova in his laboratory at the moment. I can confirm that. The defendant is an excellent assistant with a strong sense of responsibility. Fascinating to hear. Now, another question. Prior to your work with Professor Mikotova, whose research were you assisting then? Oh no. I was studying under John H. Wilson. Shit. Dr. Wilson? The visiting English professor who was murdered by Miss Red 9 months ago? Oh, I just noticed that Susato has like a stack of documents in her place. She did her homework. The accused had a deep-seated respect for her former mentor, Dr. Wilson. Is that not true? Yes, Dr. Wilson was a wonderful man. Interesting. Then tell the court what deep-seated feelings you had towards the Englishwoman who killed him. Well, obviously I was filled with hatred for what she had done. A powerful hatred. Oh no, Ray! Be careful what you're saying. It's like, Ray is like Maya, she speaks before thinking. The motive was revenge. Plain and simple, Your Excellency. Well, it was clearly a trap all along. How wicked of him to use Ray's undying respect for her former mentor against her like that. I must find out more details and something we can use to bolster our defense. As a lawyer, I really ought to pick up the prosecution counsel what he said about being alone together. Membani-san. Yes, what is this? I mean, Naruhodo-san. She's learning. I'm really starting to wish we had made my alias Ryutaro Susato. Yeah, that would have worked way better. Also, oh my god, look at her pose. Hola, Mark. Bienvenido. Estamos jugando a Ace Attorney en inglés. Estoy haciendo voces raras entonces, lo siento mucho por eso. Pero bienvenido al stream. Please tell the court why exactly you were present at the bathing spot with the victim in the first place. And why you were alone with her. Oh, well, no, that's not true. It wasn't like that at all. There were other people present. The detective was guarding Miss Britt for starters. Was it Inspector Hosonaga? Sorry, I need to drink. Necesito beber agua. Ay. I was just asked to accompany Miss Britt as a companion, that's all. But let us be clear. At the moment of her death, you were alone together with the victim in the hut. You and no one else. The truth is, there is only one reason why this young woman accompanied Miss Brett on her bathing sojourn. It was the accused's last chance to take the victim's life. No! Because, as we know, the following day would see Miss Brett extradited to the British authorities in Shanghai. I don't know how to say that word. I'm sorry. I failed my English classes. And the accused would never have an opportunity to dispatch her again. Oh boy. Esto no está yendo para bien. Kindly refrain from conjecture, counsel. The prosecution counsel seems to enjoy using provocative tricks like that. But for now at least, we need to assemble more facts. Try not to let him goad you. Oh dear, this is really terrifying. But Father's right, we need more information. I am really glad that in the previous game I ended up choosing a more androgynous voice for Susato, because it's working very well for this moment in particular. It's like she is like cross-dressing and pretending to be a male student, so I'm guessing that she's lowering her tone to pass across. Like that's what it sounds in my head. Alright, the bathing spot. If I may, Prosecutor Auchi. What do you want, you fresh-faced young yokel student? I wonder... Wonder? Could you explain, please? You mentioned a bathing spot. Huh, my apologies. Clearly my modernity has confused the poor country bumpkin's simple mind. Bathing spots are the very latest trend in health practices from the West. Auchi, are you against or in favor of the West? Get your shit together, man. You're 52 years old. We are told that bathing in the water of the ocean is curative, therapeutic, and excellent for the skins. No, that's not what I meant. I was referring to the fact that Miss Brett had, to all intents and purposes, been found guilty of murder. Why would a known criminal have been relaxing by the sea? Ah shit, he got me there. For all time's sake, I believe. Sorry? Miss Brett was to depart for Shanghai the following day. Her final wish, as it were, was to enjoy a day at our country's wonderful coast. And the British embassy put extreme pressure on our government to comply. Ooh. So do we think that the British sent an assassin to kill Giselle Brett so that she wouldn't speak? Is that what's going to happen here? Crímenes internacionales. But on what grounds would we agree to such a request? Because, as usual, our government is unable to stand up to foreign powers. In matters of diplomacy, it seems we don't even have the courage to decline the whims of a known criminal. Don't look at me, Professor. It was the government who granted permission, not I. It was totally ouchy. In any case, it was decided that with a dedicated detective on duty, nothing could go wrong. As we've seen, we were completely wrong. But in fact, a murder took place. I said don't look at me! It was that young student girl who did it, not I. No one has proved that yet. I wouldn't provoke the man if you don't need to. Ah, gracias por el follow, Mark. Muchas gracias. Thank you for following. I believe we'll have a clear picture of the incident now. Despite her guilt being determined 9 months ago, Miss Brett managed to avoid incarceration, instead continuing her research work at the university. So, okay, so this witch did a murder, and the next day went to school, to uni, and everyone was okay with this. Like, no students were like, "Oh, look, it's the murderer who killed that famous English professor. Good morning." Obviously, over that period, she and Ray would have encountered each other on a number of occasions. Being the murderer of the mentor for whom she had such great respect enjoying such undeserved liberty. Yes, even if it was only temporary until Miss Brett's extradition to Shanghai. You can hardly blame Ray for her feelings of anger and resentment. Poor Ray. Por cierto, Mark, estamos jugando como una bollera. Lo dejo ahí. No, Your Excellency. If you'd be so kind as to peruse this exhibit. A photographic print that shows the scene of the crime immediately following the Grim incident. Las rubas nos persiguen hasta aquí. Like, did she really have to have the swan? The swan with her bathing suit? Like, this doesn't really seem fair. Also, I really like that we're never going to see this woman's face. It's like We are never going to see it. The developers refuse to make a model for her. Yes, thank you, Council. A tragic image. As you can clearly see, there is nowhere within the hut that anyone else could have hidden. I mean, they could have hidden in the dress. Well, behind the dress. Oh, here's the bottle. Are we going to go through the curare once again? The court will accept this photographic print as evidence. The photograph of the crime scene has been entered into the court record. A photographic print of the scene taken by police just after the incident occurred. The stab wound in the victim's back is clearly visible. Okay, let's examine. Vamos a mirarlo. No. We have the stabbing wound. We have numerous footsteps at the entrance. And at the back as well. There is the bottle. There is some ice there. Is there another vase with a straw in it? We have this open. Oh my god, she has multiple masks. Oh my god. Mira, es la máscara de Wonder. There's like something there. There's like liquid over here as well, and she's gripping the pen. So we'll have to see what is going on with all of that. As I understand it then, the victim and the defendant were alone inside the beach hut at the time. This is deeply troubling, I must say. Finger of guilt points firmly at the defendant. Well, Your Excellency, naturally the prosecution has much more to its case. Oh dear. We intend to prove the accused's appalling actions beyond all possible contention. To that end, I can confirm that we have multiple witnesses to the crime, and them in evidence. I swear to God, if these are the same witnesses from the first case, I'm going to kill Ouchi. I'm going to jump over the prosecution bench and just choke him. Witnesses? But who? Sí, like, this, esta es la amiga de la que estamos jugando. Y la que estamos jugando se está haciendo pasar por un hombre para defenderla en el juzgado. Y esta ha dicho que es muy guapa la otra. Entonces son bolleras, claramente. Son mejores amigas. One of whom, I might add, is a highly respected police detective. I assure you, the testimony of these witnesses will leave no room for doubt. Look, she has that stack of documents right there. Claro, la tipa de amigas, entre comillas, sí. Very well then. Counsel, bring forth your witnesses. Hi, Taketsuchi Ouchi. I've been waiting for this moment. Sorry? Oh yes, I haven't forgotten. That trial 9 months ago, here in this very courthouse. When that irreverent little student boy utterly humiliated me. the different hairstyle. Ryunosuke Naruhodo. What? Yes? This insult to the Ouchi family name will never be forgotten. You've become conceited with age, Counsel, but the old have to stand aside and make way for the new. It's the way of the world. May you never forget that. Mi novio. Strike the head of a samurai whose top knot has been cut and develop cultural enlightenment tolls. Yes, on that fateful day, my former self died. The start of your own mini-Meiji revolution. Are you modernizing as well, Counsel? Fuck no! I'm going to humiliate you! Silence! Since I swore revenge back then, there has been a minor miracle atop my head. Observe the Ouchi growth. You see, You see this seed of hope sprouting forth from the barren expanse of my crown. I think that tiny growth is trying to tell me something. Susato, por favor. Hold up, I'm going to get some more water real quick. There we go. Agüita. I'm afraid I can't really see. Where is the hope exactly? I said silence. Today, I face another jovial student of the Naruhodo clan. Well, I will vanquish you. And my victory will fertilize for the seed of hope atop my head. You have been warned. With that, the prosecution calls the witnesses to the stand. It looks like the stakes are high on both sides in this trial. The prosecution and defense, it has much to lose. A haircut is hardly comparable to Ray's life. Date cuenta, padre de Susato. Oh, Dios mío. He's back! He's back, baby! Witnesses, please state your names and occupations for the court. Chief Inspector Satoru Hosonaga, Imperial Police Bureau. I'm in disguise, obviously, so I can go undetected. And I am, well, the next big thing in books. An author renowned throughout the capital, in fact, yes. Soon to be sold out, the satirical I Am a Cat, a sensational success, by Soseki Natsume, and who is that guy in the background? Oh my goodness! A struggling student from the provinces, please. You needn't be in awe of me. I needn't. It's only natural that you would feel nervous in my presence. But all of you, please relax. Call me Soseki even. Oh my god. When he's in his hometown, well, in his home country, he gets all... his ego skyrockets. Yes. What on earth is Soseki-san doing here? Tread carefully, Susato. That author fellow knows you from your time in London, doesn't he? If he exposes you for who you really are, this will be over before it's begun. Yes, of course, I know. I presume Soseki-san won't have forgotten about me. I could certainly never forget him. Though he does seem to have changed somewhat in the 6 months or so that it's been since I last saw him. And as for the Inspector Hosonaga, the missing outfit is hard to believe. Okay, give me just a moment real quick. I need to check something. Alright, let's continue. We have something on my face. I mean, you have a turtle on top of your head. Well, on your glasses for one. Although they don't seem to be helping me, you see. Thank goodness he hasn't recognized me either. Oh, I suppose it's this disguise, is it? I thought that appearing here in the clothes I was wearing at the time would make for a more faithful testimony, so that was your disguise. It is my guiding principle to carry out all testimonies flawlessly. Oh good, just on time. Llegas un poco tarde, la Yaya, pero hemos empezado nada, hace una hora. No hemos empezado el caso aún. ¿Qué tal? ¿Cómo estás? Es que se me olvidó compartir el link antes, lo siento mucho. Well, I can appreciate when an Imperial Police Bureau detective might have been present. But what business did a writer such as yourself have been at the scene, Soseki-san? Ah, well, you see. I had been asked that day to give a lecture. On the morning of the incident, in the Imperial Yume University's Grand Lecture Hall, no less. Yume University. After the lecture, I had a very pleasant conversation with a researcher from the medical science department. The professor over there, in fact. With Professor Mikotoba. Yes, that's right. It was arranged by one of the newspapers. They wanted some stories or other about 2 former students who had studied in Great Britain. I see. Of course, being a renowned author, the press never leaves me alone. They secretly spy snapshots. Sorry, there's like a very loud motorcycle outside my home. Snapshots, scribble stories, and scupper my privacy. As you can see, the conversation was written up in this newspaper here. Read it at your leisure, my provincial, struggling student friend. I have plenty of copies. He really got his ego big when he returned to Japan. Thank you very much. He practically threw that paper at me. The Sasaki Natsume article has been entered into the court record. Alright, let's see it. Yep, he really got pumped up. Look at him! Oh, he got another cat! Oh, that's cute. But also, why is it like slightly scratching here? Well, they do seem happy talking about this. Wait, is it really the same cat? No, it's not Wagahai because Wagahai was left back in Great Britain. Well, there's literally nothing else I can get from this because I cannot turn the paper the other way and see if there's anything else in there. But you know, it's good to have it there. Alright. At least he's not miserable anymore. Yep. Anyway, following my interview with the professor, the lady in question appeared and made a very unexpected announcement. I should like to go with everyone to see your country's coast. Those were her words. As I explained before, Miss Brett was never taken into custody. Oh, and Miss Brett is here. Well, Miss Brett is dead. You know, the ding dong, the witch is dead. You continue to work in my laboratory, under strict surveillance, of course. At which utterance, the university immediately contacted the government to seek guidance. And the response was, permit Miss Brett to go as long as the detective accompanies her. In one of the photos, you can barely see her face. Yeah, like we were talking about this earlier. We are never going to see her face. Nunca vamos a ver su cara, es increíble. Ay. En fin. The response was, permit... okay. A detective. I am at liberty to divulge what's me. Chief Inspector Satoru Hosonaga. Thereby, the entire party departed cordially for the seaside, it seems. Oh, another picture, okay. It was extremely challenging to clear all other members of the public from the vicinity of the beach. This dude is still coughing up blood. Se nos va a morir Hosonaga en algún caso. But fortunately, I am at peak physical fitness at the moment. Press X to doubt. I was able to carry out my duty flawlessly. Oh my, Inspector, you... Well, you do have something on your face now. Oh, how unsightly. I do apologize. Does that mean that you went to the beach too, Father? No. Fortunately, I had work to finish off. But unfortunately, of course, meant that, as my assistant, Ray was invited to take my place. Of course, being a renowned author, I didn't like to decline the invitation. Ah, but if only I had never seen that awful sight. Relentlessly racked by remorse and regret. Okay, so this guy in the background, he has like a stain of ink there, and Miss Giselle Brett was carrying a pen. So he probably was a witness as well. Very well. I must now ask you to present your formal testimony to the court. We'll give an account of all that you witnessed on your impromptu excursion to the coast. Of course, Your Excellency. Relentlessly racked by remorse and regret, I am. Witness testimony. The witness scene. On the day of the incident, I was ordered on a special surveillance assignment in disguise. I had just managed to catch that crab when I suddenly heard a caterwaul from behind me. I ran into the beach hut at once, where I found the pair in question. El Hosonaga le está pasando horrible, está muriéndose por dentro, es increíble. There was a strident English woman, dagger in hand, as she stabbed wildly. Wildly? I don't think so, because there was only one stab wound. I saw blood on the blade. It proved to me that she had stabbed the victim multiple times. Indeed, it does appear from this testimony that both witnesses here present saw it. The very moment of this heinous crime. What? Now, if you will recall, I promised evidence as well. What phrase did you say again? Ah, yes, that was it. Damning evidence. What have you there, Counsel? A so-called fountain pen, is it? Correct, Your Excellency. I found it at the scene whilst examining the body. It appears that in her dying moments, with her final ounce of strength, the victim clutched a piece of evidence that would positively identify her killer. What? Your Excellency, if you would cast your eyes over the photographic print of the crime scene once more? Oh, goodness me! Yes, the victim is clearly grasping something quite deliberately there in her hand. Dun dun dun. Looks like a Mont Blanc fountain pen that cost at least 300 euros, I'm not kidding. Oh, interesting. That's right, the fountain pen. And if you would kindly examine the pen, Your Excellency. Done. It comes off and there's blood on the tip, right? The owner's initials have been engraved into the ebonite barrel. R.M.? Remember me. Oh no. Oh shit. The initials of the defendant. No! She is doing the same animations as Naruhodo. They are both my daughter, my bollera daughter, and my maricon son. This fountain pen will be admitted immediately as critical evidence. The fountain pen has been entered into the court record. Alright, let's check it out. No. I want to examine. I cannot examine? Let me examine. It's not letting me examine it right now. No, have I omitted anything? This is a testimony and them in evidence. There's a bright blue sky outside the courthouse today. Perfect weather to ascribe guilt, I feel. Que puto. I don't understand. The professor out you of 9 months ago. Had none of these men's was. Is that French? Counsel for the defense, you may begin your cross-examination now. Naruhodo-san. Naruhodo. That means... Oh, yes, me. She's not just yet. Is there another Naruhodo in my courtroom? Actually, there isn't even a single Naruhodo in your courtroom. Cousin Ryutaro, pull yourself together, please. Alright. I've seen this countless times as a judicial assistant. Find inconsistencies in the witnesses' testimonies to prove that they're lying somehow. That's all there is to it. That's how a real lawyer would handle a cross-examination. But let's see what I can do. Qué guapa mi hija bollera. Cross-examination. The witness scene. Alright, let's press on all of them.
Hold it!
In that jaunty disguise. Correct. Wait, no! I mean, it wasn't the first time I've worn this swim so far deep in the ocean. It's tried and tested. Do what must be done to keep the Englishwoman under surveillance. Those were my orders that day. And this tried and tested outfit was the answer. Being able to blend flawlessly into a crowd is an important part of a detective's job. I submerged myself in the salty water, leaving only Mr. Turtle floating inconspicuously on the surface. Este hombre es increíble. This man is incredible. Mr. Turtle loves the water. But there was no need for you to blend into the background of this assignment, really, was there? If that means you later arriving on the scene, I think perhaps you had your priorities wrong. Perhaps I shouldn't pursue this line of questioning any further at the moment. That's that grab.
Hold it!
Ah, you're describing the victim's scream, presumably, Saseki-san. In more literary terms, you might say it was a scream that could have pierced the... to pierce the heavens? That's a screenshot right there. That's a Gurren Lagann reference. Yeah, or the like. Of course, that's just a metaphor. We renowned authors are wont to describing things so. Saseki-san wasn't at all like this in England. Anyway, I spun around at the noise at the beach hut and immediately fell under my gaze. Yes, the beach hut. The area is popular with government ministers. Many have seaside retreats there for rest and recuperation. Locals are Oh, sorry. I am very sleepy. Locals are prohibited from entering the area, so it's always very quiet. The beach hut is a simple structure, erected as a place for people to change or take refuge from the sun. Although the English woman commandeered the hut for herself, which meant that I was forced to change into my swimwear on the sand. I imagine that was rather embarrassing for you. Well, anyway, I tossed the crab aside and headed for the beach hut at a run. Or in more literary terms, I decrabbed and beetled off hut-wise. God, I love Saseki-san. I ran to the beach hut at once, where I found the bear in question.
Hold it!
Wait, by bear you don't mean to say... But how could that be? No, you misunderstand. Obviously, I mean the victim and the defendant, Raymond Bannister. Wait, did Susato just think that he meant them as like a lesbian pair? Oh, it would have been helpful if you could have just said that from the outset. If you jump to conclusions, you have to expect to fall flat on your face sometimes. Dear me, pinning your hopes on such an outside chance. Foolish, very foolish. It really was an outside chance. I just wish I had realized that before I said something silly. So, Inspector, why didn't you tell the Cortex how exactly you found the aforementioned pair in the hut? Well, it was a sorry sight. A really grisly scene. I parted the northern curtain hanging in the doorway and stepped inside only to see the defendant leaning menacingly over the lifeless body of the victim sprawled on the sand. Se no muere. My glasses barely nearly cracked the ominous sight that met my eyes. Oh, thoroughly appalling. He doesn't appear to be lying here. Well, Saseki-san, can you confirm what Inspector Hosonaga is saying, I wonder? Oh, you would like a literary man's opinion. Yes, that young girl was a straight English woman, dagger in hand, as she stabbed wildly. But there was only a single wound.
Yes!
Nope. Your Excellency, I must object to the witness's last statements. Okay, that was my bad. I would never buy a 300 euro pen, that's ridiculous. Yeah, but this is 20th century society, so you know. Okay, why doesn't this count? Like, it says one thrust, and this guy is saying multiple. And the evidence you thrust in my direction is supposed to prove your point. I apologize. I did present it rather more forcefully than I had intended it to. Oh no, poor Susato. Will kindly refrain from this overly exuberant outburst, Counsel. Be they verbal or material. He really put me in my place there. Okay, let's not jump to conclusions anymore. I'm going to save just in case. Montblanc is a very expensive firm. Some limited edition fountain pens can reach 1,000 euros. Who needs 1,000 euro pens? Just use a regular 2 euro Bic. It works just as fine.
Hold it!
Stabbed wildly? You actually saw her do it? Oh, indeed. The terrible spectre, the terrapin spectre, the bloody torrent, the author's torment. Every sight and every sound is still carved in my melancholy memory. That was my impression, at least, as a future literary sensation. Council, what on earth was that shrill, effeminate scream? Oh, no, no, what are you insinuating? I'm as smelly as Japanese men as you. I wonder if I might interject here, Soseki-san. Something you said is troubling me. That was my impression. Were your words just now, I believe. Oh, he's getting nervous. Ah, so, do you mean to say you're not confident that you really did see what you've described? Oh, he's getting very nervous right now. No, I mean, yes, I know what I saw. My ears didn't deceive me when I heard that scream, hence my eyes didn't deceive me either. I could describe everything I saw vividly. I could publish it all in tomorrow's newspaper serial. It sounds as though the next installment of I Am a Cat may take a macabre turn. I think this is a fool's errand. The more we press your author friend on what he saw, the more entrenched he's going to become. Oh dear, how awkward. I saw blood on the blade. It proved to me that she had stabbed the victim multiple times.
Hold it!
She was stabbed multiple times? How can you be sure of that? Very simply, from the blood on the blade. Blood? When I entered the hut, I saw the defendant holding the blade raised up in the air. Yes, that's right. I saw it too. Oh. And I noted that there was a blood on the blade already at that point. In other words, the victim had already been stabbed at least once by the time I arrived on the scene. Yes, that's right. I saw it too. So this doesn't make sense because 1. The quote-unquote blade is a pen. 2. The pen was found on the victim's hand, not the accused's hand. And 3rd, there was only one stabbing, not multiple. And the victim was already holding the defendant's fountain pen in her. You just said that the defendant had the blade in the hand. All of which means I can be sure. The victim did not die instantly. I need to check the court record again. Like, if we open this, we're going to see blood. I am quite sure of it. Yes, right. I saw it too. Maybe a year in London was too much for him. It sounds like he's forgotten how to speak Japanese. The logic of your argument is sound at least. Well, as I said, it is my guiding principle to carry out all testimonies flawlessly. Perhaps it should have been your guiding principle to protect the victim flawlessly. Ooh, Fushato dropping bars. That's just my personal opinion, of course. Susato is just... Counsel, you will refrain from mocking the witness. Oh no, I just have so many thoughts whirling around in my head. It's all I can do to stand here, wide-eyed and mute. Goodness, my dear, you really must try to calm down. But how am I supposed to find an inconsistency in what these two gentlemen are saying? I don't see why either of them would have any reason to lie. What you must remember, I think, is that witnesses may inadvertently lie at times. For various reasons, a misunderstanding, a mistaken observation, a delusion, even... a delusion. What's important is that we determine the truth. And there's only one sure way to do that. Yes, with evidence, of course. Spoken like a true judicial assistant. During witness testimony, you can use E to pick a piece of evidence to present for consideration. Father, I do not understand what this E means. So, you need to listen carefully to each statement and compare what's said to the details in the court record. If you find some conflicting information, that may be the inconsistency you're looking for. Yes, it's all about inconsistencies. Once you have identified a witness statement that appears to conflict with a piece of evidence, send the evidence to the witness with R. The way ahead will present itself to you, I'm sure. Yes! Alright then. I will consider the details of all the evidence in the court record against each statement to find an inconsistency. I hope I'm up to the task. Don't forget that you can have the witnesses repeat their statements as many times as you like. Everyone has to start at the beginning, remember? Those white eyes are quite forgivable. And besides, there's no one else to defend the poor girl. You're right. I need to listen to the testimony again from the start. Okay, on the day before the incident, there was ordered special surveillance. It proved to me that she had stabbed the victim multiple times. Well, I'm sorry to say.
Objection!
But that's not true. Look at her! Oh my, look at her. With that accusatory cry that just welled up from deep inside me, I think I finally understand. Every time Kazuma-sama and Naruhodo-san have stood here at this bench, the stakes have been very, very high indeed. Oh, what's that music? That's a new sound. What's the meaning of that menacing post, counsel? I would like the witness to clarify something for me. Who? What? Where? When? How? Not you, Saseki-san. This query is directed at Inspector Hosonaga. At me? In your statement just now, you said that the victim was stabbed multiple times. Yes, that's right. As I said when I entered the hut, the defendant was already standing over the victim, bloody knife in hand, like a murderous demon. And yet, that cannot be. What? Get to the point, please, counsel. In the post-mortem report, it clearly states that the victim was stabbed one time only. Ah! In other words, Inspector Hosanaga's testimony is clearly flawed. Ugh! And Saseki-san, me? You claim to have seen Bemami-san in the throes of stabbing the victim. Yes I did. Well, but both of you and the inspector confirmed the same point. That there was already blood on the knife that you saw the defendant holding. Yes, and? It's quite simple. We know the murder weapon was used to stab the victim only once. Therefore, there's no way there could have been blood on the knife if that single stabbing hadn't already occurred. Ah! True! Then what exactly is your contention, counsel? Are you ever going to tell us? Yes, Your Excellency. There is only one logical conclusion. What Saseki-san in fact saw was not the moment that the defendant stabbed the victim at all, but the moment that the defendant in fact withdrew the blade from the victim's body. That can't be! Excellent work, Susato. You exploded at them without objection, and then proceeded to pull them apart systematically.
Objection!
Well, this takes me back. Yes, I seem to remember your cousin staged a scene much like this in that trial 9 months ago. We have with the child with a half-baked objection attempting to steal the soul. You're right. There were certain similarities. Except the so-called half-witted child managed to outwit the prosecution, who was only half ahead of her. Slender! My hair is quite adequately addressed. In any case, all this talk of stabbing and withdrawing and multiple wounds makes not a jolt of difference. What? Why not? Engage your brain, young man. When the accused first plunged the deadly weapon into the victim, that was the fatal blow. It was at that moment that just as she had withdrawn the blade ready for her next strike, that the witnesses saw. The knife was already tainted with blood, because the accused had already stabbed the victim. Ah! All you have successfully shown with your little display is that the mustache author is prone to the moments of extravagance. Ow! Ooh. I am in agreement with the prosecution. If the defendant was seen wielding the blade at all, that is sufficient grounds for her actions to be viewed with suspicion. But if she was withdrawing the blade, then we are back to where we started. Sorry? Consider this, young yokel boy. If the student girl is innocent as you claim, then why would she have pulled the blade from the victim? And with a demon's cold-blooded composure too? The prosecution demands an explanation, and it had better be good. Why did Rail pull out the knife? Yes, aim for the jugular. What does father mean by that? Let the court hear your answer then, counsel. Truth is, I don't really know. I have to come up with a plausible reason here, or we don't have a case. The reason why the defendant pulled the knife blade out of the victim's body was surely so she could save her life. Because, like, people. So she works for Susato's father, and Susato's father is a medical school professor. So she may have medical knowledge that she can use to try to save the victim. According to the postmortem report, the victim's death was not instant. That's correct. It's thought that she would have remained conscious for a short while after sustaining the injury. Indeed, giving her the time to take hold of this piece of evidence that clearly indicates her killer. The point is, being a medical research assistant, Mbami-san was compelled to act when faced with the wounded victim. Instinctively, she pulled the blade out in an attempt to save Miss Brett's life. Did you hear that, Your Excellency? It would seem that this is the best we can expect of this young yokel. Now they're going to say, oh, but the best thing to do is to leave the blade in, and something like that. Indeed. Is it just me, or does it suddenly feel much colder in here? Your Excellency, if I may. Speak, witness. I would like another opportunity to testify. In respect to the slipshod assertion just put forward by the local defense counsel, I mean. Slipshod? An excellent idea, Inspector. Our young yokel hopeful has a modicum of knowledge when it comes to the law, it seems. But in matters of medicine, he appears to possess not one iota of common sense. Very well, Inspector. I will permit your request. You will testify again before the court, the subject of the defense counsel's assertion. Yes, sir. I will do so flawlessly. A ver qué pasa ahora. Let's see what happens now. ¿Por qué? O sea... alguien se va a comer un ban. Muy rico. Toma. Baneado. Ah, la toma por culo. En fin, ignoremos eso por ahora. No sé ni quién era esa persona, la verdad. I don't even know who that was. But anyway, let's just continue for now. Please, kids, don't pull a knife in real life. The only thing you'll make is to worsen the injury. Yeah. Pulling a blade from a wound without thinking could cause heavy bleeding. That's basic knowledge that any medical research assistant with an ounce of sense ought to know. In other words, there's no good reason why the defendant would have tried to pull the knife from the victim. Let's not forget that the young student did have a motive for killing the victim. The man the victim murdered 9 months ago, Dr. Wilson, was the defendant's highly respected mentor. Is what you said? Is what you just said true, Inspector? That pulling a knife from a wound really caused the wound to bleed heavily. Yes, think of the weapon itself as a stopper in the wound that prevents excessive blood loss. Until a doctor is ready to provide proper treatment, that stopper shouldn't be removed. Oh, I see. This is why yokels should stay on the farm. Even a quack from some obscure mountain village would have such basic knowledge. Anyone who's ever given someone a little pop with a knife and pulled it out against knows it. Oh, well, I've never stabbed anyone, you see. Or pulled a blade out of a wound, so... Of course you haven't. I didn't bring you up to behave like a bandit. Father, is it true? What they're telling me? Yes, it's basic remedial knowledge for medics. Ray would have been well aware of it. If she were to claim ignorance of such fundamentals, that would prove fatal in many ways. But then, why would Ray have done it? Could she have pulled out that knife in full knowledge that it would be fatal for Miss Brett? I don't know. Ray never once mentioned anything about the knife to me. It seems almost impossible to believe, but... my friend actually have... Dusato! Yes? Pull yourself together. We mustn't lose sight of why we're here. Ah! Yeah, Susato was starting to doubt on her client. That's not good. Counsel, it is time for your cross-examination. Oh, yes, Your Excellency. However, I must warn you that if your cross-examination fails to identify any issue with the established facts... Como va a desconfiar de la novia, claro. Muy mal, Susato. I will be moving you to my education immediately afterwards. Ah... I understand. Believing in your clients and fighting for their cause until the bitter end. I knew it would be hard, but I had no idea it would be this hard. Oh boy. Forensic medicine primer. Putting a blade from a wound without thinking could cause heavy bleeding.
Hold it!
You say doing it without thinking could be a problem. Does that mean that if you used due care and attention it would be alright? I wouldn't have thought this needed spilling out really, but... blade is like a stopper in the wound. Remove it and a serious hemorrhage will occur. In other words, a medic would need to be present before any attempt to withdraw the blade. Doing it without thinking would be madness. You just can't do it. Oh, well, thank you for such a thorough explanation. You see, Counsel, when you act without thinking, the result is a bloodbath. Ugh. Back to the witness testimony, please. That's basic knowledge to any medical research assistant.
Hold it!
In that case, there is an obvious explanation here. Which is... clearly, defendant Raymond Mami-san does not possess an ounce of sense. Susato, tu novia. Your girlfriend is listening. What do you think about that, Professor Mikotoba? I'm not sure you should be labeling your best friend as lacking in common sense. Yoink. Well, I thought it would be better than labeling her as a murderer. I don't know, young people today. If that's friendship, I don't understand it. Careful, Council. A lack of common sense can be a very dangerous thing. Oh dear, that recalled on me rather badly. That's life, I'm afraid. A lesson everyone must learn. Hopefully you can see now that this is really basic medical knowledge. Being involved in medical research, Mbami-san would certainly have been aware of it. There is no good reason why the defendant would have tried to pull the knife from the victim. No good reason. No good reason.
Hold it!
But the defendant had surely encountered somebody senior liner on the ground, bleeding to death. A sight could have shocked her delicate sensibilities, causing her to remove the blade inadvertently. I really don't think inadvertent actions can explain this. The woman is a medical research assistant. I can't imagine she would behave so irrationally. Oh, but irrational behavior is a woman's prerogative. Oh, Susato is playing the woman are dumb card. Susato, you wear a guy's uniform 1 hour and you're already being misogynistic. What the fuck? Oh dear, you have a lot to learn about women. Pero ¿cómo puedes decir eso de la novia? Only a small-minded man could have such bigoted views. Oh dear, perhaps I'm letting my male persona take hold a little too much. Well, have I managed to convey the basics now? That should cover the medical side of the argument. Let's don't forget that the young student did have a motive for killing the victim.
Hold it!
Whatever the motive, just isn't in Mommy's son's nature to do something so awful. But she had both motive and opportunity. That's very hard to argue against. But you don't know the defendant.
Objection!
And you, counsel, do not appear to know the law. Yes, evidence is the only way to convince the court of your argument, not feelings. With this fledgling to defend her, I would almost say I pity the accused. So do I. Inspector, you will reiterate your point about the defendant's motive, please. Ah, yes. Miss Brett was in many ways the sworn enemy of Mbami-san. The man the victim murdered 9 months ago was the defendant's highly respected mentor.
Hold it!
Well, yes, that's true. Dr. Wilson recognized Mbami's talent and offered her the position of assistant despite her being a woman. He was extremely grateful to him. Yes, the English woman appears to have been a very broad-minded individual. Dr. Wilson had no time for outdated traditions. He met with opposition, of course, but he believed firmly in Mbami-san's abilities. Clearly the defendant was in the man's debt, which only proves my point. Yes, hopeless. I can't find a single crack in this testimony anywhere. If Ray knew that withdrawing the knife from the wound would threaten Miss Brett's life further, I just can't think of any way to explain why she did it. Susato, it's at times like this that when it's especially important to remember the fundamentals. The fundamentals? Evidence is what counts in the courtroom, isn't it? Of course, but I've been through the court record dozens of times already. I think perhaps you're forgetting something though. You didn't take the evidence at face value. You can and must examine it in greater detail too. Ah! I realize this is your first time playing the role of lawyer in the courtroom. So if you need reminding of the rudiments, you need only ask. I will do my very best to help. Examine the evidence in the court record? An idea, certainly. I think I know what to do. No, wait. Come to think of it, Kazuma-sama and Naruhodo-sama were always turning evidence over and over in their hands. Yes, I need to examine things in greater detail with space. By the look in your eyes, let's see it's coming back to you. Go through the core record again and have a thorough look at everything. You may just find a clue. Yes, I'll do it straight away. Okay, veamos. Let's see what we find. Oh, so now we can examine the fountain pen. We couldn't do it before, and now we can examine this as well. Oh boy. Look at this portrait art and tell me that she's not the most butch girl that you've seen in your life. Look at her. Oh my goodness. Roku's England returnist tell all. This is the interview with you and Saseki-san. Is it father? It looks as though it was quite an exchange. Yes, he became a little over-animated when he was talking about his time in England. The photographer managed to capture the moment his hand karate chopped me on the neck. I do hope you weren't hurt. I see. And if we turn around... This is the newspaper from Saseki-san. There seems to be an important article on the back page as well. Exclusive! Deadly poison stolen from Yumi Medical Research Laboratory! And there we go. No, she's very butch. Very butch. Butch. From Yumi's Medical Research. Mother, isn't that your lab? What the? Let me see that. The poison was stolen? It's this morning's paper that Saseki-san gave us. Are you saying you didn't know? As embarrassing as that is for the head of the laboratory, I didn't. I've not heard of any such thing. When you examine the fountain pen, don't forget to look the convert. Yeah, I will. Don't worry, I will examine everything thoroughly. Where on earth could the reporters have gleaned his information? Come to think of it, there was no article mentioning this story in our paper this morning, was there? It's a highly toxic poison we've been working on in the strictest confidence. I would have put Ray in charge of the project. Ray! She was managing it. If what's written here is true, it means that she tried to hide the theft from me. And moreover, the details were leaked somehow. I don't believe it. We need to read this article very carefully. The article about the potion has been entered into the core record. Wait, so it's just a new article. Exclusive, deadly poison stolen. Following a lecture at Yumei by Saseki Natsume on the 11th of August, it's come to light that a very disturbing incident took place. A deadly poison being secretly developed in the university's forensic science laboratory was stolen. Deadly in tiny quantities. Even the smallest amount entering the body, either via the mouth or via a wound from a poison-laced blade, could prove fatal in minutes. Current methods cannot detect the newly developed chemical. The university will have to be consulted. Onset of symptoms occurs in minutes, starting with impaired breathing and ending with acute contraction of the pupils prior to death. We called it she was poisoned with the blade. Probably. Or with another glass. Such symptoms would be suggestive of this toxin. It's apparently an entirely new synthesis of alkaloids and rumored to have been commissioned by the military. So probably she took the blade out because it was the poison that was in the blade. Alright, let's check this out. The RM initials are very clearly engraved here. And the fact that Miss Breda was clinging to this pen in her dying moments is very clearly a message too. Identify her killer, you mean? I don't think there can be any doubt that this is a key piece of evidence in this case. Nothing appears obviously out of the ordinary here, does it? Oh, but like, I want to remove the... If we take off the pen slit... I want to make sure I get it right. Now let's unscrew the barrel, shall we? Does she have... Ooh. Did she have a cure inside of the pen? Is that what's going to be like? That she removed the knife because she had a cure inside the pen? This must be the little reservoir that holds the ink. Yes, you fill it by drawing ink from a bottle up through the nib. Something wrong, Father? Just that there doesn't actually appear to be any ink in there, that's all. Oh yes, you're right. It's pretty much empty. Well, it could be on the verge of running out, I suppose. This very small amount of liquid is still inside. It's going to be... It's super clean as well. Yeah, it's not even dirty. It is probably... Oh, there's like a symbol here. It's probably anti-poison or something like that. There's some sort of emblem here, look. But it isn't the Yume University one. Must belong to some other organization, I suppose. A business of some kind. That would seem to imply that the pen doesn't in fact belong to Ray. Alright. So I think we have examined everything in detail for now. You only have to look at mines. Okay, got it. A fountain pen bearing the initials RM and an emblem of some description. There is a very small amount of liquid still inside the ink reservoir. An article about the poison was stolen from the laboratory. Okay, let's try that again. Basic knowledge. There is no good reason why the defendant would have tried to pull the knife from the victim. Let's not forget that the young student did have a motive for killing the victim. The man the victim murdered 9 months ago, Dr. Wilson, was the defendant's highly respected mentor. In other words, there is no good reason why the defendant would have tried to pull the knife from the victim. Like, I know what I have to do, but I don't know how to present it. Because it says here that there's extra meiosis, pupil constriction, in the victim in both eyes. So I don't know if I have to present this, the articles speaking about the venom. I'm going to save, just in case. I'm going to go with the... I'm going to go with... I'm going to go with the poison article.
Objection!
There we go. No, there is one possibility. One very good reason why the defendant might have decided to withdraw the knife from the victim's wound. What? The yokel not only has a poor grasp of the law, but he's also a poor loser. Speaks ouchie. Tell us then, what possibility do you think you have identified? It's here, in this newspaper article. An article about a deadly poison that having been stolen from a laboratory at the Imperial Yume University. The victim perished from a stab wound. Poison has no relevance in this case. But... Prosecutor Alti, you will let the defense speak. But a newspaper article? The court cannot rely on the kind of hearsay those wretched publications carry. Counsel for the defense. I am going to need some tangible basis for your claim. Your will indicate to the court precisely what part of the newspaper article mentioned affirms your assertion. Your Excellency! Yes, of course. Thank you. Ray would never have done something to further endanger Miss Brett's life without just cause. The reason why the defendant pulled the knife from the victim's body is explained in the article where it says... I think it's the second one. I'm going to check it just in case. Here. No, wait. Oh, it's the third one. Why is the poison being developed? Onset of symptoms occurs in minutes, starting with impaired breathing and ending with acute contraction of the pupils prior to death. Alright. Why is the poison being developed? No, wait. I need to press space. According to the article, the development of the poison was requested by the military. Yes. A troubling revelation indeed. Oh, it's very worrying. And yet, even more worrying is how this yokel is trying to manipulate the court with nothing more than rumors. Wait, it's... No, it's literally there. It's like... What? Está ahí. Es eso. Like... It's in the symptoms part. Okay, maybe I have to say that it's very fatal, but like... I don't know, that's the nature of the poison, I guess. I didn't think it was that obvious. I feel sure the explanation is somewhere. Okay. I have to explain why she did it, and not the symptoms as to... Okay. Alright, the reason is deadly in tiny quantities. The article reveals the following property about the poison in question. When the toxin enters the body on a knife laced with the poison, it's rapidly absorbed and causes death in minutes. Are you suggesting? If the knife used to attack Miss Bread was laced with this very poison, it would explain why the defendant, Mbami-san, would have withdrawn the blade as soon as possible. Yes, the truth is, it was an attempt to stop the poison from entering the victim's body. What?
Objection!
This is complete and utter nonsense. Not at all. The defendant withdrew the knife blade from the victim's body not to accelerate the woman's demise, but to save her life, and the prosecution cannot deny the possibility. Have you not read the post-mortem report? The cause of death was hemorrhage. The word poison appears nowhere in the document. Well, that's because by acting quickly to remove the blade, the defendant prevented the poison from taking hold. Oh, please. This is clearly desperation. The Wilson's last breaking of wind. Poison has nothing whatsoever to do with the case. Yes, I believe my defense is well aware. We have no proof that the information in this written newspaper article is at all reliable anyway. In that situation, what the students should have done is wait for the medical assistants to arrive. But instead, you claim she suspected poisoning and took the potentially lethal decision to remove the blade. She must have had a strong reason for her suspicions then, or the arguments make no sense. Exactly! Well put, Inspector. On what grounds did she do it, Jokel? Why did Ray suspect the stolen poison was involved? Do you want grounds? I will give you grounds. What? You can't possibly. From your expression, Counsel, it would appear those are not empty words. But naturally, as you stand in this courtroom as a lawyer, you must be aware. The words alone, empty or not, are of no value in our modern justice system. The court demands evidence. Yes, Your Excellency. I am well aware of that. I've seen it many times. On my place at his side in the Old Bailey. In that case, Counsel, you will present the proof to the court now. What evidence demonstrates a clear link between this case and the poison in the newspaper article? It is clearly the post-mortem report.
Take that!
I would ask the court to refer to the notes section of the post-mortem report, which reads: extreme meiosis, pupil constriction, was observed in the victim. Oh! Clearly, being a yokel with no knowledge of forensic science, I have no idea. So please do tell me. Presumably, the fact that this condition of the victim was noted in the post-mortem report means there is an unusual symptom of death. Well... Under normal circumstances, the pupils dilate when someone dies. If there was extreme constriction instead, that's most certainly unusual, yes. But What are you doing, you local detective? In the newspaper article, there's the following information about the stolen poison. Onset of symptoms occurs in minutes, ending with acute contraction of the pupils prior to death. What? If the defendant, upon seeing the victim stabbed in the back, happened to notice that the pupil of Miss Brett's eyes had constricted severely. Yes, as a medical research assistant, he would have suspected poison immediately, without doubt. Prosecutor Auti, I think you will agree. This is a very compelling evidence. You, yokel student and yokel professor! I believe the defense has expertly demonstrated a credible reason for the defendant's actions. No. Yujin Mikotoba. Yes, Your Excellency. I believe you are best placed here to confirm or deny the veracity of the defense counsel's argument. You will tell the court the truth about the details reported in this newspaper, please. It pains me to have to admit it. But I'm afraid I don't know. You don't know? The toxin was kept under lock and key in my laboratory, certainly. But I was unaware of any theft. Do you mean to tell the court that reports of this theft are unfounded? No, Your Excellency. Without returning to the laboratory to investigate myself, I couldn't say. Listen to the bumbling academic. Unaware of the theft of secret state research from his own workplace until he reads of it in the newspaper. I take full responsibility for the incompetence of my supervision. Father. A pitiful situation for a university professor. You should have more control over your students, rather than allowing them off on killing sprees. That's totally unfounded. Oh? None of this is Professor Mikotoba's fault. It's all my fault. Rei. Then Bami-san, you stand accused here. Outbursts like this will not be tolerated. But it was me. I was the one who noticed that the poison we're developing had been stolen that day. What? So you knew. I had been placed in charge of overseeing the project. It was the day that the professor and Soseki-san were interviewed together for the newspaper. That's when I noticed some of the poison was missing. Just a tiny amount it was. Why didn't you let me know immediately? I was scared. The whole project was supposed to be confidential, but some of the toxin had somehow been taken. So I decided I would try to get it back before anyone else found out. Because I had a very good idea who the thief was. The thief? You don't mean... Yes, of course. It was a dainty English woman. Miss the Sailbread? That's why I decided to join the little group of people going to the seaside. Inside the beach hut, I confronted Miss Bread. But she just sat on a stool at the back of the hut, smiling sweetly at me as if she knew she was untouchable. I know it was you who stole the potion. Well now, whatever do you mean? And then... she suddenly got to her feet. Before falling to her knees in front of me and then collapsing on the floor. That's when I saw the knife in her back. I couldn't understand what had just happened. And then, a moment later, I was seized with fear. The pupils of her eyes had shrunk to tiny pinpoints. I don't believe it. In other words, you realized that the victim was suffering the effects of the stolen poison. My mind started racing. I hadn't seen anything past Miss Brett's lips whilst I had been with her. It's left only one possible way for the poison to have entered her body. On the blade of her knife in the back. And that train of thought that was what spurred you to withdraw the blade. Yes, if the amount that had entered her bloodstream was small enough, she might still have a chance. That's what I had hoped. Really? I'm so sorry for staying silent all this time. Dot. Your attempt to hide the truth of what happened is not something that can be overlooked. Hold up that, I'm pouring myself some more water. Because my throat is killing me right now. There we go. Much better. However, I have duly noted the courage with which you confessed in the end. Thank you, Your Excellency. It's very perceptible, but I do think the balance has shifted a little here, in this courtroom now.
Objection!
Your Excellency, do not be deceived. The victim just collapsed before your eyes, you say. Well, Mami-san, if that is the case, perhaps you could explain how Miss Brett came to be stabbed. Well, you have no answer because the simple truth is that you stabbed the victim motivated by revenge.
Objection!
But you have no conclusive evidence to prove that assertion, do you? Oh, I have evidence. It is very much conclusive. What is the prosecution counsel up to? It was brief, but he hesitated for a moment there. I'm almost sure of it. We'll produce the aforementioned evidence at once, Prosecutor Ott. Perhaps some praise is due, young Yaukel student. What? I can imagine there will be no need for me to submit this evidence. But you've brought this on yourself. Oh, her face! We can almost see her face. What the? Pretty more damage thought exist. The cruelty in the air on that beach is almost palpable. This evidence, more than any other, reveals the true extent of the accused murderer's nature. For it shows the precise moment that Mem-Mani-san plunged her dagger into the victim's back. No! That's not true, no! I don't believe it. Ah! Es una mierda de evidencia, sí. Order! I have to say, it has the same crack as this type of photograph. It's from the same camera then. So the reporter that was taking photos for him, for Soseki, is probably the culprit. He stabbed the celebrate from the back and then took a picture to incriminate the girl. Ya está, tenemos el caso resuelto, gente. We have the whole thing solved. Counsel for the defense, was it you who was responsible for that shrill scream that just pierced my whole room? Perhaps his voice has yet to break. These yokels are slow of mind and slow to mature. I'll show you who's slow to mature. Careful now. The shadow is starting to show her face here. It is often said that a picture is worth 1,000 words. Here we have ample proof. Las boyas no van a perder. The guard will accept this extremely cogent photographic print as evidence. The incriminating photograph. Oh boy, I can't believe he's had a photograph like that of his sleeve in the entire time. Okay, time to examine. Let me point out the crack. Game, I'm begging you to please let me point out the crack. Well, there she is. We almost see her face. It's such a stark image, I'm genuinely lost for words. Wait a minute, I don't understand. How did you... I mean, who took that photograph? Hey,
Attention!
it's of no importance here. Not trying to divert us attention. Oh,
Objection!
no, it's very important. But because who took the picture is a witness. That's an absurd thing to say. It's a crucially important. It's a double homicide. They killed the swan too. Yeah. Whoever took the photograph print was a witness to Miss Red's death. The court must be allowed to hear this person's testimony. Ah. I will uphold the defense testimony. Prosecution will reveal the identity of the person responsible for taking this photograph at once. Well, I'm afraid I can't do that. Pardon? You see, this print arrived here at the Imperial Police Bureau headquarters by express post yesterday. But there was nothing to indicate the sender's name or address. The provenance of the print is unknown. Goodness! I would understand then, Counsel. And in full knowledge of the fact that this photograph has the murkiest of origins. You nevertheless believe it fit for submission as evidence in the Supreme Court? You first produced that print before. I noticed that you hesitated for a brief moment. But you knew that it wasn't completely reliable evidence, didn't you? Silence! You joke-student blabbering professor. What matters is the blatant truth that this print is so eloquently expresses. The defendant has already admitted to pulling the blade from the wound. Clearly, this isn't the moment of the knife that was plunged into the victim's back, but the moment it was withdrawn. Don't waste this course time with your ramblings. Indeed, without knowledge of who produced this print, we have no means of verifying the claim. The scene it captures is without doubt the most compelling evidence presented to the court. The defense is unable to shed any further light on the matter. I believe the conclusion is clear. Oh no! Tato, this is the time for you to fight. If what you have established so far is true, then there can be no doubt. This photograph shows the moment that Ray withdrew the blade from the victim. Yes, we just need to prove that somehow. We'll have plenty of time to rule your defeat in the slow train and back to the provinces. Into Rudeday. Oh, I just realized. So notice that the angle that is taking this from here is from the back, the right side back of the hut. But if we look to this picture, it is obfuscated. So someone moved this here. Or maybe it's, oh wait, well, maybe it's the crack in here, hold up. Okay, never mind. It was probably the crack that was there. Yeah, it was probably that crack. I can't determine who took this photograph. Then the trial is going to come to an end. There must be a clue somewhere. There must be some way of working out who took it. Well, Counsel. Your Excellency, the burning question is who took that photograph. And the truth is... I mean, I have an answer. I don't know if it's what they want to say, what they want me to say, but I have an answer. That is the same photographer who took the picture at the thing. There we go. This isn't about whether I can or can't come up with the answer now. I simply have to. The identity of the person who took this dramatic photographic print is, as I assure you, something the defense can and will reveal. No, you can't possibly. But as you so boldly claim you can, please do enlighten us. Unfortunately, I'm unable to present a name. Oh, utterly underwhelming. Did you really believe you could? However, I am able to present evidence. The defense has a piece of evidence that reveals important details about the photographer's identity. Very well then, Counsel. Send your proof to the court. Which piece of evidence do you claim reveals something about the identity of the mystery photographer? Clearly,
Take that!
it's the newspaper. What is that? The newspaper again. Recused England returnees tell all. It's not the headline that's relevant here, Your Excellency. It's the photograph. If you look at it closely, you will notice that there are some white lines on the right-hand side. Ah, yes indeed. They had already caught my eye as it happens. Yeah, what of it? A shadow of some kind, presumably. On the branches of a tree or the like. There are no trees growing inside my laboratory at the university, I can assure you. Now, if you look closely at this photograph, good gracious! Yes, exactly the same pattern of lines is present on this photograph too.
Objection!
Well, that tells us nothing. Aha, yes, it's a shadow of some kind, definitely, on the branches of a tree. There wouldn't be any trees growing inside the hut at the beach, Council. What's quite remarkable about it is that the two patterns are absolutely identical. How could such an extraordinary similarity have transpired? The curious matching pattern that appears on both photographic prints is a result of a camera defect. Obviously, it must be due to a problem with the camera used to take the photographs. With a photographic device? Yes, we can confidently say that the camera's lens must be scratched. And that the scratched lens causes unwanted lines to appear on every print taken with the device. In short, the two photographs under consideration here were taken with the same camera. But there must be hundreds of such camera devices here in the capital. It would be utterly impossible to identify the owner of this particular one.
Objection!
I think you're forgetting, Prosecutor Auchi, that one of the photographs featured in a newspaper article. Newspaper? Ah! That's right. The author of that article is the mystery witness up to this crime. What? What? Menime mo. ¿Cómo? Oh. I see you were called a Recused England returnee. What are you yelling about? You have already testified. It's Menimemo, I tell you. Menimemo. Menimemo. Toseki-san, what was that? Did you say Menimemo? Ever since I returned to Japan, a reporter from the Soju News has been hounding me, following my every move. A reporter by the name of Raiten Menimemo. RM. Yes, hounding me from dusk from dawn till dusk. Now that he mentions it. There he is. Could that same reporter be? And look, he took the ink out of the pen, filled up the pen with the poison, and then applied it to the knife. A camera to the left of him, a notebook to the right. There I am, stuck in the middle with Raiten Menimemo. So you're saying that this picture was taken by Menimemo? Yes, my lord, your excellency, Esquire. Officer, find this news reporter at once and bring him to my courtroom. We will adjourn for a short recess in the meantime. Oh, yes, your excellency. Yes, as you say, your excellency. And one more thing. I will warrant this knife, the murder weapon, signed for traces of poison. You will solicit the assistance of the Imperial University's medical department for the task. Understood. Arriba España. Mínimo. To be continued. Yep. Let's save for current progress. And let's continue. 20th of August, 10:41 AM. Okay, I'm going to be right back in a moment. I'm just going to quickly go to the bathroom. And I will be right back. And we're back. How's everyone doing? Are we holding up? I'm going to continue watching Simple Gear. I will be right back. You go have fun, Mark. I will read later on what you have to say about the rest of the season. And I hope you had a wonderful time here. Now then, let us change back to the game. Alright, let's continue. Continuemos. 13th of August, 10:41 AM, Supreme Court of Judicature. Defendants Antechamber, number 3. Yeah, we're jamming in here. I hope you're enjoying my silly voices. It's been a long time since I've done them, so I may be a little bit rusty. And I need to drink a lot of water because my throat is killing me right now. Oh, I almost choked. Sorry. I'm so sorry, Susato. I should have told you about the toxin. Rei. You have a strong sense of responsibility, I know. That's why you decided to shoulder the burden alone. No, that's not it at all. I was scared of my failure coming to light, that's all. I hope to retrieve the substance from the English coma before anyone found out. Before the trial started, do you remember what you said, Susato? That you had no doubt in your mind about my innocence, that you would stand to me, that you would stand by me to the last. I remember. And yet I didn't deserve your trust in me. I hid important details from you, Susato. I completely betrayed your faith in me. Hit me, Susato, I deserve it. No, in fact, throw me to the floor. The Susato takedown makes a renowned comeback. No, that is too good for me as well. Drag me to the city streets. I'm no better, you know. Ooh. Oh, this is Susato's theme. Even though in my heart I knew that you had pulled the knife blade from Miss Brett's back. There was just a brief moment when, in my mind, I doubted you. Susato! I'm sorry. After I stood here and promised that I was standing by you and always by your side. Pero Sater. Sater, welcome in. Bienvenido, cabrón. Gracias por el Prime. Vienes a violentar y yo vengo a hacer voces en inglés. ¿Qué tal? ¿Cómo te va todo? How are you doing in today, Sater? Estoy haciendo voces de mierda, entonces lo siento mucho si sufres por ellas. Pero muchas gracias por el Prime, muchas gracias por suscribirte. Respiro. Ay, en fin. Te explico rápidamente. Estamos defendiendo a nuestra amiga. Somos Susato, que es la asistente judicial del juego anterior. Era como la coprotagonista, pero ahora es la abogada de este caso. Y estamos defendiendo a nuestra amiga y vamos disfrazadas de hombre, porque en esta época en Japón las mujeres no podían, no sé, ser abogadas. Así que vamos muy bolleras, muy butch. Me vine a dejarme el premio de este mes, que no quiero spoilear en el juego. Te entiendo. Quizás te haya explicado demasiado, entonces, lo siento mucho. Pero bueno, muchas gracias por dejar el premio del mes. Y espero que tengas una buena noche, pues. Ay, lo siento mucho si te he spoileado, No quería. No lo sabía, vamos. Bueno, voy a continuar ahora. I'm sorry. After I stood here and promised you that I would stand by you and always be on your side, I betrayed your faith in me too. And as such, I have failed you as your lawyer. Oh, no. No te preocupes, no me spoile. Vale, me alegro. Es que es lo peor cuando siento que he spoileado a alguien. Venga, nos vemos. Buenas noches. I think this situation has taught you both a valuable lesson. Placing your unbridled faith in one another is no easy task. Yes, Father. That fact has certainly struck home. Which is why I can see more clearly now. So, Ray. Yes. Can you find it in your heart to forgive me? Oh. Oh, Susato. You know you will always be a gallant, dashing lawyer in my eyes now. Oh, Ray. I was so scared, you know. When it happened, I didn't know what was going on. The English woman was sitting at the back of the hut, listening to what I was saying. And now it was you who stole the poison. Well, no. Whatever do you mean? And then, a moment later, she suddenly got to her feet. Her collapsed on the floor in front of me, with a knife in her back. It all happened right before my eyes. Oh, sorry, Zat. I'm quite sleepy today. I only got like 7 hours of sleep last night. And you were the only people in the hut at the time. That's right. Just Miss Brett and myself. There was no one else. So I just don't understand how she could possibly have been stabbed like that. I mean, the hut is just made of bamboo. It's very easy to stick a knife through it. Well, between the fibers or the cracks in the walls. A great mystery indeed. Still can't believe it happened. That's why I couldn't just bring myself to speak up. It will be alright. However it happened, and whatever really went on by the sea that day. I promise you that I'm going to prove everything you've said you saw is true. Spoken like a true Mikoto. Now, I think we should discuss what's coming up in the trial, don't you? We don't have much time. Must make sure we have our facts in order. Yes, I expect this poison is going to come under closer scrutiny in the upcoming proceedings. The police should hopefully have identified it on the blade by now. The trouble is, it's a completely new laboratory synthesized blend of alkaloids. The police won't have any way of testing for it. Oh, I see. Yes, without its chemical reagent, it's impossible to detect the toxin. Is that the chemical reagent? That little thing in there? Chemical reagent? I sent a colleague of mine off with some earlier to the military police headquarters. Ah, okay. I think perhaps you should have some as well, though, just in case. The chemical reagent has been entered into the core record. It's an indicator solution for a new poison under development by my father's team. Somebody said alkaloids? Yeah, this is your expertise, Layaya. The label appears to be written in a foreign language that I don't know. It's German, so your knowledge of English is going to be of little help here, I'm afraid. Didn't you just have written medicine on it in Japanese? Then we'd all be able to read it. German is the international language of medicine, my dear. Oh, give it 40 years. But yes, I can certainly see the merit in labeling the bottle in Japanese. Though I'm not sure medicine would be entirely appropriate. Okay. What's the matter, Susato? You are suddenly very quiet. It's this paper article. Exclusive deadly poison stolen from Yumi Medical Research Laboratory. I'm wondering how the information got out, given that it was a government secret. Well, because the photographer stole it and is the one who also published the story. It was all the English woman's doing. What? It was when the professor and Stosiki-san were being interviewed at the laboratory. That so-called English lady Swantine. Swan. Get it? Swan, like the swan in her head. And with a deep compaction said to Professor Mikotova. Oh, Professor. Surely your guests would love to hear about your work on that substance there. It put me in a very awkward position, to be frank. But Soseki-san's curiosity had been piqued, so I had little choice but to give him a cursory introduction. So then, Soseki-san knew about the poison? Yes, it's highly likely. But the reporter who's writing up the story about us will have caught a glimpse of the toxin too. This Mini Memo-san. Laibel, bienvenido. ¿Cómo estás? How are you? We've been going for a while now, but we're going to keep going probably another hour or so. By the way, did that reporter join you all when you went to the beach? Oh, no, I don't remember the reporter being there. Indeed, he shouldn't have been. Very much doubt anyone would have wanted him there. Oh? No criminal had been given permission by the authorities to bathe by the seaside. Siki-san pointed out that inviting a reporter might be problematic, so the man was sent back to his office. Yet, he obviously didn't go back. He secretly followed the party to the beach and took this very candid photograph. And fine, al fin vacations, ooh, nice. Disfruta sus vacaciones, I hope you enjoy your vacations. Y espero que disfrutes del stream. And then, personally, he posted it anonymously to the police. Oh. Yes, that must be what happened. Counsel, we've just heard that the new witness is now ready to testify. The trial is about to resume. Please proceed into the courtroom at once. El doblaje es 10 de 10, gracias. It's time to steal ourselves again then. Defense attorney, Ryutaro Naruhodo. Yes. Ray has put her faith in me now and told me everything. So I can't let her down. I have to prove that what she's telling the court is true. I have to prove what really happened that day. 13th of August, 11:30 AM. Supreme Court of Judicature. Courtroom number 1. I hereby call this court to order, as we reconvene to continue the trial of Rain Bembami. Prosecutor Auchi, have you summoned the new witness? Before I address that question, Your Excellency, I have some very important news to share. Oh? What news? And why does he look so happy about it? During the recess, with the collaboration of Professor Mikotoma's laboratory at Yubei University, I believe we examined the knife that was used to end Miss Celebrate's life. Excellent. I admire your rapid handling of the matter. Oh, too kind, Your Excellency. Too kind. I was merely carrying out your instructions, of course. I had the regents delivered to the police headquarters by rickshaw, so it would be there in good time. But judging by the man's swagger, fear we might need to brace ourselves for inevitable. And, Counsel, what were the results? There was no poison, right? This dagger, which was so cruelly used to end the life of the victim, has no trace of poison anywhere along its blade. Oh, what? Are you sure about that? I would stake the reputation of the police on it. And with the regent, the test is extremely simple. You couldn't have made a mistake. A murder weapon has been entered into the court record, a small knife from the scene of the crime that was found in the victim's bag. No trace of poison was found on the blade. In short, the accused feeble excuse earlier has been utterly destroyed. Ah, yes, this must be the victim's blood. Oh dear, blood is never pretty sight, is it? I'm going to find the urge to run it under a hot tub and get it clean. Always been fastidious about cleanliness, haven't you? I think this is something else, Father. There's really like nothing that we can do. Ah! Oh no. No, the prosecution is ready to call any witness. Ah, the newspaper reporter who managed to capture the photograph of the crucial moment. Good. Very well, officer. Bring in the witness. No trace of poison on the knife. If that's really the case, how could the toxin have entered the victim's body? Witness, please state your name and occupation for the court. Look at the symbol. The symbol is right there. Written? Like written? Written, hold, I now need to think a new voice for this guy. Write a mini memo of the Soju News. I'm what people like to call a journal. What's a journal, Father? Do you know? It's simply a contraction of journalist. I'm there when the news break, putting pen to paper to catch those scoops so they're in print the next morning. They don't call me the hero of the Herald for nothing. The nice guy of news. I hate him so much. Oh, so it was you who took this photograph, was it? Well, what have we here? I'm sorry. Oh, brace yourselves, people. Enemy must see the scoop in the offing. Female student up to foul play defended by curiously handsome young lawyer in Supreme Court. The readers will love this up. I'll stay above the fall at 72 points in a 5-leg format for the morning edition. Huh? She's like so surprised. Alright then, let's start with your name. Oh, it's Ryutaro Naruhodo. And next, what made you want to become a lawyer? I wanted to reform our country's legal system, I suppose. Ryutaro has suddenly become very ambitious, you see. I just borrowed Kazuma-sama's dream for a while. By the way, my name is Taketsuchi Aochi. That's Taketsuchi Aochi. The so-called dark horse of the Supreme Court. My objections strike fear into every defense lawyer's heart. No, the readers won't buy that. What? Witness. Yes. What this court demands to know is whether or not you were responsible for the taking of this picture. It was delivered anonymously to the Imperial Police Bureau only yesterday. Yeah, I wouldn't be a journey if I didn't click quick when presented with a scoop like that now, would I? Sometimes stories call out to me. Sometimes I have to chase them down, but either way you've got to be fast. Fast legs to run with and fast hand to write with. It's no good if you don't note it down, I always say. And that's what I call my mini-memoism. Mini-memoism? Ah, yes, I remember your face. We met that day when you were interviewing myself and Soseki-san. I am running out of water. This might be an issue. For my poor throat and all these wacky voices. Yes, right. That was me, Mini-Memo again. But you were supposed to be going back to the Soju News offices after our meeting. But the scoop is, I didn't. Because that Englishwoman's words had piqued my journalistic interest. Miss Brett's words? A criminal left to do as she pleases just because she happens to be a British citizen. It's Sartang. This country's judiciary is rotten to the core. The Supreme Court's rulings aren't worth the paper they're written on. The police are just imperial pawns. Stay your tongue, young man. These are complex political issues at play. Lo de este hombre es increíble. Well, anyway, I quickly jotted down those words she said in my mini memo pad. Are you ready? I'll read it out. It's all here. Right, here goes. I should like to go with everyone to see your country's coast. A serious criminal going on some junket. The people need to know about this. That's why I decided to snake after them. To get the woman's story, so I could hammer her in the press. Do you mean to say that you indeed witnessed it firsthand? The grim scene portrayed in this photograph? Oh yes, I saw it with my very own journal eyes. From start to finish, to the viewfinder of my trusty camera. Thank you, Minimus. You will now give a formal testimony before the court. You will state exactly what it is, that you witness of the events surrounding Miss Brett's death. Infinite supply of pencils, the personality, yeah, that's it. The camera never lies, but it is quite susceptible. The Beats cat was made of shoddy old read screens, so there were plenty of gaps I could see inside through. Englishwoman was sitting on a stool when a student girl came in and started arguing with her. Seconds later, the girl pulled out a knife, throwing the Englishwoman to the floor as she stabbed her in the back. My smoldering journal spirit burst into flames. Quick as a flash, I whipped out my camera ready to click. I pulled apart the rough width of one of those screens and poked the lens through for the perfect shot. Great screens, you say? Right, you can see them clearly enough in that great shot I snapped. I had walls for just screens made of coarsely woven reeds. Yes, it allows the breeze to pass through and bring some relief from the summer heat. It was a breeze for me to poke my camera through and see the whole thing hot enough. For the time being, the appalling invasion of privacy involved. Did you witness everything that happened from the moment the defendant entered the hut? Oh yes, I saw it. I saw the whole thing from start to finish. And you say that you took the photograph through the gap in one of the screens. Luckily for me, they were pretty shoddily woven. I pulled the reeds apart and thrust the lens of my camera through the gap. I get away with it. Would they be seen? It was the gamble of a lifetime. A tenacity of purpose that's considered admirable in a journalist, I suppose. Run a risk one day, run a scoop the next. That's mini memoism in a nutshell. My throat. Me estoy muriendo. At last. It would appear we have a genuine witness to this wicked crime. The evidence and testimony are extremely compelling. I believe we may be close to a verdict. No! Wonderful news, Your Excellency. Wonderful. Nevertheless, it cannot be denied. But this testimony begs one very large question. What question? Exclusive news, darling photograph, all the makings of an exceptional story for the reporter. Why then was the story never published? That's right. It seems clear to me that there are circumstances at play here that are yet to be understood. More pathetic excuses. Very well then, Counsel. Proceed with your cross-examination. Yes, Your Excellency. There is more to this reporter than meets the eye. He's keeping something about this case very close to his chest. Oh, here we go.
Hold it!
What made you want to see what was happening inside the beach hut in the first place? Call it your no instinct. Can you think of a better reason? Oh, I don't know. Perhaps because as well as being a proven criminal, the person inside was a young woman. Ah, I see where you're going with this. Brace yourselves, people, he's painting the journal as a voyeur. It's hardly slander, sir. You had a camera and you were taking pictures without the woman's knowledge. Nope, you've got it all wrong, little student boy. Sorry? To my mind, all that was inside the hut was a scoop. Nothing more, nothing less. Scoop knows no gender. Man or woman, it's all news. That's not even minimalism, it's basic journalism. If only the courtroom wasn't indiscriminate. Right, so if that's all buttoned up, then we move on. The court then, witness, what sight befell your eyes when you looked inside the hut? A sight that vindicated my journal instinct, that's what. When I pulled back the lids, I could see it all as clear as day. I liked it better when Clown Girl stabs her braces. Oh, I have to play that game because that's the part of the second trilogy of the original games. Oh, Clown Girl really went wild on the internet, huh? Okay, we know this. So you actually saw my mommy-san entering the hut? Yep, and she was raging like my Yorna spirit. And the argument you mentioned, what was that about exactly? You stole it, I didn't steal it, that kind of thing. Talking about the poison, I suppose. The student girl walked right up to the English woman and really started laying into her. I mean, if she had laid into her anymore, there would have been legs. Man should have been an author. Descriptive talents are wasted on journalism. But the student's rantings fell on deaf ears. Like a Japanese person listening to English for the first time. He really ought to work on his smiles first though, to be honest. Anyway, the point is that woman in the dock was mightily angry. And her temper finally got the better of her, as it seems. Oh dear me. It was the climactic moment that I caught on film. Seconds later, the girl pulled out the knife and threw the English woman to the floor. Why would you need to throw her to the floor? Couldn't you just stab her right there and then? Do you swear before this court that you actually saw the precise moment when the stabbing took place? Ha! The precise moment? I didn't see just that. I saw the whole hellish scene play out from start to finish. I have here a simple plan of the beach hut. Perhaps you could use it to explain to the court exactly what you witnessed. Ooh, he didn't like that. Right you are. It's all here in my mini memo pad. Just popping in for a second to say hi and that I missed you. Oh, thank you, Criddle, and well, thank you for dropping by. Thank you for the kind words, and I hope that you're having a wonderful Friday night. And thank you for missing me. I appreciated that. I have missed a lot of you as well. And it's quite good to be back, honestly. When I first peered into the hut, I'm sure that the English woman was on this stool at the back of the hut here. This TQ's own testimony confirmed that. Just sat at the back of the hut, smiling sweetly. Is what I have noted down. It's my turn to testify now. Try not to interrupt. Ugh. Then the next moment I was watching. Then the next moment as I was watching, the evil student girl entered the hut. After a while, the pair of them ended up in the middle of the hut, arguing fiercely. Things more went for the student, but the girl dodged out of the way. In a flash, plunged the knife into her adversary's back as the two passed each other. What you described is a grim crime indeed. Never sugarcoat the truth. That's what many memoism says. Each hot plant has been entered into the core record. By the way, Minimimo-san, while you were watching that terrible scene unfold before your eyes through the gap in the screen, it did not occur to you to try to prevent that tragedy, rather than capture it on film. Journalists have to be observers. We can't get involved. That's our raison d'être. Raison d'être, I think. So you didn't converse with Miss Brett at all? Obviously not. An observer always remains on the outside looking in. And that's something to be proud of, is it? Your Excellency, if I may. Yes, Professor. I think the witness's last, expertly phrased statement could perhaps be added to his formal testimony. Father, what are you? I will grant the defense's request. Minimimo-san, you will supplement your formal testimony with the aforementioned statement. Well, this is the foundation of my mini-memoism. And I'll gladly prove that my words are not meaningless. I never once set foot in the hut nor spoke with the Englishwoman. I was there only as an observer.
Hold it!
Really? You didn't set foot inside the hut at all? Are you quite sure about that? I think you may have the wrong impression of me. We're talking about a murder scene here. My nerves were stretched to the breaking point already. Oh, I see. You were scared? Maybe I did have the wrong impression of you, yes. It was all I could do to stifle a scream and hold my hand steady enough to snap the shot. You really should have summoned help before thinking of your camera. Many memoism and humanism don't always agree. And most of the time in those instances, many memoism comes out on top. Is a sculptor of stories? Sometimes I have to be cruel for my art. Yes, that is spot on. Surely he's making all this up. Claims to have spied the whole affair from start to finish. True, his testimony is devastating. But it does seem as though he's holding something back, doesn't it? If that's how you feel, I suggest that you trust your instincts. Press him on everything he said. As you have no doubt seen done many times before in your role as judicial assistant. Yes, I have. I've seen witnesses like this pressed often. I know exactly what to do. Let's see.
Hold it!
The court is fully aware of your desire to capture the incident on film, I'm sure. But why then did you choose to post the photograph anonymously to the police? Ooh. I'm afraid I don't understand a word that's coming out of your mouth. I'm asking why a journalist decided not to make a story out of the incident. Think of me as a sculptor. A sculptor who makes art out of the sordid, private details of other people's lives. But I never discuss my own life on principle. I mean, that's basic minimalism. Oh my god, can you please shut the fuck up about that? Shut up, my dude. It's not something to boast about. No doubt your burning desire to see the truth exposed and justice done was what motivated you. That's it, that's brilliant. A burning desire to see something or other exposed. There has to be a good reason why he didn't think to write an article about what he saw, though. By your own admission, you were outside the hut. How then did you manage to take the photograph? Ah, yes, that. I'm glad that you asked.
Hold it!
But the two women inside didn't notice? Ah, obviously not. If they had, where would they be right now? In jail, that's where. Makes you think you would make you reflect on what you were doing. No, a journalist's job is to collect little snippets of life as unobtrusively as possible. I don't think that's a journalist's job, but okay. Leave nothing but footprints, take nothing but photos. Yes, that is spot on. Ooh, leave nothing but footprints, you say? Like the ones in the photograph? That is right here? Did he just make that up? The point is, the witness risked his life and limb to obtain this photograph. And this photograph reveals the whole truth. There's nothing more to be said. I never once set foot in the hut, nor spoke with the English woman. I was there only as an observer. There are obvious footprints here. And there are also over here, but I don't know if that's what we have to do. I mean, it's an added testimony, and it's talking about setting foot. So, and if they only really went in one line, like how he was talking about earlier, why so many footprints?
Objection!
Nope. It didn't work. Nope. I never once set foot in the hut, nor spoke with the English woman. The thing is that she was at the interview. Maybe we have to say that she, because she has the pen that is from him. All right.
Objection!
Anime-san, until now, I've had a firm belief that newspapers are in the business of uncovering and publishing the truth. You're spot on there. The press doesn't lie. This is why I'm proud to wear the emblem of the Soju News on my arm. In a way, that's more mini-memoism. Sadly though, it seems the journalists who write for those papers don't always share the same passion for the truth. What are you suggesting with those recriminatory words, Counsel? Anime-san, you recognize this fountain pen? Ah! This pen was found at the scene of Miss Brett's death. In fact, the murder victim was rubbing it in her hand as she died. What are you? You look at the barrel of the pen, you will notice that his owner's initials are engraved there. R.M. Yes, thank you for bringing that up, Counsel. The initials of the accused, remember me. Is it a coincidence, I wonder, that your initials are also RM? No. Write in many memo. RM. That's horse dung. Can't you see? One of the central tenets of many memoism is being a pencil user. And yet, as the court will be clearly able to see on your right hand, there is a very obvious blue ink stain. It would appear that you have rather carelessly left it somewhere recently. Your favorite fountain pen, that is. Oh, horsey, horse dung. Minimimo-san, is it not the case that before she died, you met with the celebrity in that beach hut?
Objection!
Why should we listen to this absurd nonsense? It's nothing but another excuse. Exactly. Soji News will stand behind me all the way. I deny everything. There's not as many people with the initials RM as there are stars in the night sky. Defense has neither the time nor the inclination to count every star in the sky. And there's no need anyway, because this pen has more to tell. Look at her smug face. Oh my god, I love her so much. Yes, there's another clue. A clue that undeniably proves who its owner really is. In that case, Counsel, the defense will now show the court where this alleged clue lies. Of course, Your Excellency. A clue on this fountain pen that clearly reveals its owner's identity is... As well as the initials, there is also an emblem on this fountain pen. An emblem that you will of course recognize. Minimimo-san. Goodness me! It's the emblem of the Soju News. In other words, the owner of this pen is an employee of the Soju News, whose initials are RM. Suddenly, the stars in the sky don't seem so numerous, do they? Well, Minimimo-san, how do you respond? He's not going to like this. Really not going to like this at all. No! Order! Order! Explain yourself, witness. So this is how the mighty Supreme Court works, is it? Using coercive tactics, well-meaning citizens reveal harmless secrets. You are literally using published photos that you took without consent just to frame a little girl. What the fuck are you going on about? I've used nothing but honest tactics. Alright then. Fine. I won't try to hide it anymore. Yes, not long before that grim tragedy unfolded. I, a Soju News reporter, on behalf of the public, conducted an interview with the Englishwoman. An interview? You never mentioned this before. What exactly was this? As I said, it was before the evil little student girl showed her face in the hat. It can have lasted more than 2 or 3 minutes, that's all. It was just a brief exchange. But it came to nothing. And as we many memoists say, people don't pay their dues for unworthy news. However insignificant you deem it to be, this court cannot overlook the meeting between yourself and the victim. You will testify now under oath about the precise nature of this meeting and what transpired. Got it? Yes, alright. But on one condition. Condition? In all good conscience, you can speak out alone about this. You need to call back the early witness, Soseki Natsume-san. Soseki-san? Oh yes, according to my notes here, that man. The secret of his own. Embrace yourselves, because it's not a harmless one, it's big. What? Minimalism states that one man's secret is every other man's front page story. Oh my god, shut the fuck up about minimalism, my dude. No one cares about your personal life philosophy. Very well, I will grant the witness's request in this instance. Officer, summon the earlier witness back to the stand. Oseki-san. Are you something? I am very sleepy. Well, here he is. The man, the legend. The witness's secrets. I asked the English woman for an interview, but she declined. So I left the hut without making a fuss. Then, watching secretly from outside, I saw the woman being stabbed and the other witnesses come running. The detective realized that the victim still had a pulse, so he ran off to fetch help. That's when this writer man here asked the woman a very significant question. But he didn't say anything about that in his testimony, which is why many memoirs him from my answer reveal it now. You mean to say the victim? The victim regained consciousness? Well, anyway, she did you decided to ask her a question? That's, true, yes. He did, and that's not all. The woman gave him a very definite answer. An answer that incriminates the accused. This is preposterous. Why am I only hearing about this now? Why didn't you mention this before, you yokel hack? It wasn't even a conversation. Yes, I did post it with an English roast question. I don't deny it. But she could no longer speak. She was barely conscious even. Counsel for the defense, I expect a thorough cross-examination to be conducted here. This court must and will know the truth. Absolutely, Your Excellency. The reporter is claiming that Miss Brett implicated Ray somehow? What on earth could have happened in that hut? And here we go again.
Hold it!
You asked her for an interview, you say? Well, of course I did. I wanted to ask her about the incident she was involved in at the end of the last year. About the case in which Dr. John H. Wilson lost his life? That's not the way I phrased it. Any memorism calls for straight talking. Why did you murder Dr. Wilson? Is how I put it to her. Yes, that's the sort of talking. It's as straight as a ruler. Ask every question as if you're asking for a menu in a restaurant, I say. It's the best way. The veteran at the paper taught me that. And how did this Miss Brett answer? With one simple phrase. Mystery is a woman's charm. Phew, that told me, so I waltzed right out of there. Really? Something about that doesn't quite seem to fit together. Leave every room as if you're waltzing in a dance hall, I say. It's the best way. Even the paper taught me that.
Hold it!
That was very persistent of you, considering that Miss Brett had just turned you away. Persistence wins the prize. And in many ways will tell you that. Let them think you've left, and just when they lower their guard, that's when you swoop in for the scoop. And the fruits of your labor are all too apparent in this telling photograph. Though I'm sure the young yokel student would rather not be reminded of this damning evidence. Actually, it's thanks to that photograph that we managed to identify this witness. And now that you found me, I'll tell you whatever you want to know. I've got nothing to hide. I'm sure. Please do go ahead, witness. The court is eager to hear what you have to say. Try to stop me. There's a story to tell here, and I'm going to tell it. So he ran off to fetch for help.
Hold it!
And Saseki-san remained behind in the cut? That's right, yep. Our other friend here was a blabbering wreck, shaking all over from his head to his toes, mustache twitching, eyes bulging. What do you expect? You You don't know that the terrifying troubles that haunted me whilst traveling abroad. Back behind baleful bars. They'll be coming for me, surely. That's all I could think. I felt as though I were grasping for her, drowning in a sea of cold sweat. Poor Soseki-san. His experiences in London have scarred him deeply. The world seemed to close in around me. I quietly recited a prayer to Amida Buddha. Eternal emptiness, the eternity. The end is coming for me, surely. No sutras are to resound in my courtroom, please. And now we come to the crucial part. That's when it happened.
Hold it!
What question? What question? What exactly did he say? And now, you just hear that from the horse's mouth, I think. Thank you, Mr. Riderman. Oh! What did you joker hack? What did you say to her? What did you say to the dying English woman? Well, in truth, I have been catching crabs at the water's edge and building castles in the sand, you see. Well, the seaside is a place to be at leisure, I suppose. Even for a grown man. But then all of a sudden, from that little beach hut, a young girl's panic-stricken cries for help pierced the air. Ray. I ran up the beach to see what was happening. Find the defendant leaning over the collapsed victim. As soon as Inspector Hosonaga saw me spread on the ground, he sprinted off to get help. And then, just a moment later, I heard a faint moan. A moan from the dead English woman. I nearly jumped out of my skin. But what did you ask her, Soseki-san? Get to the damn point already. Please, I am begging you. I asked her, who did this to you? Don't protract this any longer. How did the woman respond? She didn't. She said nothing in response. What? Understand, you will answer the questions asked of you unambiguously. Now, without evasion or reticence, I demand that you amend your testimony. I will. But she never replied.
Hold it!
So you tried to find out who the culprit was. He who asks a question is a fool for a minute. He who does not remains a fool forever. And having been labeled a criminal twice during my time in Great Britain, I was quick to make up my mind. Better to be a fool for a minute than remain a fool in prison forever. However, you have indicated that the victim failed to respond. Is that correct? I know why. I know why the Englishwoman said nothing. She was ignoring me. Because of my stupid mustache. Because I'm Japanese. Oh dear. Seki-san really has developed a dislike for the English, it seems. Having read the report of his time in Great Britain, I can say I'm surprised at his xenophobia. Oh boy. But the Englishwoman didn't ignore you at all. Did she, Mr. Writerman? Well, yes, alright. She did respond in a manner of speaking, I suppose. She just lifted a trembling finger and pointed in the direction of the defendant.
Hold it!
Miss Brett pointed a finger at the defendant? Soseki-san, is that really true? It's not easy to stand here and say this, but when we first entered the beach hut, the Englishwoman was spread on the floor before us, with the student girl standing on the far side of her. When I asked, who did this to you? The Englishwoman summoned her last ounce of strength, pointed a trembling finger at the back of the hut. It can't be denied, in the direction of the student girl who stands accused today. Toseki, your verbose might have saved our client. Because you say that the victim is pointing to the back of the hut. And we know that in the back of the hut there is a gap through which a knife could enter. That's it. We got it. It's literally the crack. She was pointing at the crack, not at the defendant. No. Oseki-san, why on earth did you neglect to mention this in your original testimony? But fiddlesticks, I say. This is not a British court of law. We'll respond in Japanese. Yes, of course, the English woman did point her fingers towards the back of the hut, but I was trembling, and she was trembling, and everything was a blur. And thinking about it, I feel as though perhaps she was pointing in a slightly different direction. Actually, no, not slightly. In a very different direction to where the student girl was standing. To somewhere at the back of the hut, where nobody was standing at all. You mean that your memory of events and the direction of which the victim was pointing are both unclear? Yes, that's it. Unclear. I'm very, very unclear.
Attention!
Your Excellency, surely this proves the matter beyond all reasonable doubt. Yes, the one may barely have been conscious, and yes, perhaps his finger wavered slightly. But there can be no doubt that it was an attempt by the victim to confirm the identity of her assailant. Why? Because as the court can see, there was no one other than the accused in the direction of the victim was pointing. It is now abundantly clear that no one besides the accused could possibly have committed this crime. I am inclined to agree, and in the absence of any credible argument on the contrary, I believe we can now conclude this trial. No! No! The headline's writing itself. Dashing lawyers hope dashed, 92 points across the whole page, will do an extra edition. This is a serious blow, Susato. Unless we're able to identify the true culprit and substantiate our claim with evidence, Judge will give his ruling. The trial will be over. But that's impossible, Father. We don't even know how the crime was committed yet. Impossible though the task may seem, we have no choice. We must think back over everything we've learned thus far. Somewhere in all those details, I'm confident we'll find the clue we need. Ray gave us her account of how events unfolded in the defendant's antechamber before the trial resumed. She told us what happened at the precise moment Miss Brett was killed. The Englishwoman was sitting at the back of the hut, listening to what I was saying. And then, a moment later, she suddenly got to her feet, before collapsing on the floor in front of me, with a knife in her back. How could Miss Brett have been stabbed in the back in a beach hut that was empty but for herself and Ray? Somewhere amid all the information we've gathered so far, there must be an answer to that question. Dun, dun, dun. I take it then that the defense has nothing further to add. So the gallant joker student's luck finally runs out. I can't say I'm surprised. In that case, I'm ready to deliver my final verdict on this matter. This is a crucial turning point now. If I can't establish what really happened, it's over. Where was the real culprit hiding? And how did he or she stab the victim? I know how, it was through the crack in the wall.
Objection!
Your Excellency, I respectfully ask that you postpone your adjudication for the time being. Oh? To what end, Counsel? The defense would like to present the court with an alternative theory. An alternative theory that can explain who the victim was actually trying to implicate with her dying gesture.
Objection!
An alternative theory? Huh, none exists.
Objection!
There was someone else present at the scene. Could have committed this crime. What? And the victim, Miss Brett, tried to reveal who it was to those around her at the time. By mastering all her remaining strength and pointing a trembling finger in the killer's direction. This is fiction. Fantasy. Very well. As you seem so sure of yourself, Counsel, I am prepared to hear your alternative theory. So, young Ryutaro Naruhodo. Yes, Your Excellency. You will present your latest theory to the court by means of this plan. At the moment the victim was stabbed, where exactly are you proposing the culprit was concealed? It must have been here. I'm going to save just in case. And we're going to try.
Take that!
Naruhodo-san would never give up. And I'm a Naruhodo now. The culprit who fatally stabbed Miss Brett was concealed in this location here. Are you mad, Counsel? You're suggesting the culprit was outside the hut? What? Order! 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 But student lawyer Naruhodo-san, Esquire, that makes no sense at all. You've just pointed out the exact spot where I was hiding to get my scoop snap. But I didn't see any suspicious individuals loitering about, I can swear to that. Honestly, if the culprit had been outside the hut, there's no way that he or she could have stabbed the victim who was inside the hut. Actually, Prosecutor Aochi, there is a way. Oh. And, in point of fact, the defense can provide evidence strongly suggesting that it's precisely the way Miss Brett was killed. You're bluffing! You're bluffing, you joker! The defense's assertion is clearly too fantastical for the court to comprehend. You will need to give us more guidance, Counsel. What piece of evidence corroborates your theory that the victim was stabbed from outside the hut? The crime scene photograph.
Take that!
The original photographic print of the crime scene? Yes, it's clearly visible in this print that the trace of the fatal thrust that was delivered from outside of the beach hut.
Attention!
Do you take us for fools? There's no hint of any such thing. I'm not sure that everyone present would agree. Someone, at least, appears to have noticed what it is that I'm referring to. Counsel, once again I must call on you to be explicit for the court. Where on this photographic print is the trace of the stabbing, which you claim took place from outside the hut? There it is. There we go.
Take that!
Look closely just here. In the screen at the back of the hut, you can see the effects of a blade having been forced through the reeds. No, it can't. I can't see any such thing. It's true that the hut in question had 4 walls as you would expect. However, by parting the reeds, a knife blade could easily penetrate them. This is extraordinary. Yes. The true culprit actually stabbed the victim from outside the beach hut. Oh! And of everyone present at the scene, there's only one person who could have done that. Only one person who was directly outside the hut when Miss Brett was killed. Right then, Minimo-san, it could only have been you. No!
Attention!
This preposterous idea leaves me almost speechless. Just look at the photograph again. The victim lies almost exactly in the center of the beach hut, does he not? I'm going to assume, as part of this farcical scenario, that the assailant was a knife thrower.
Objection!
No, of course not. We're not. If you recall the testimony of the defendant about the events just before the victim's death. Inside the beach hut, I confronted Miss Brett. But she just sat on a stool at the back of the hut, smiling sweetly at me, as if she knew she was untouchable. A stool? Have another look at the photograph. Slit in the read screen. Would align perfectly with the back of a person who was sitting on the stool. My word. So, in fact, the victim was killed while sitting on that stool. A stab wound to her back, delivered through the read screen. Ah. Having been attacked, Miss Brett rose to her feet instantly. But then, unable to speak, collapsed on the floor in the middle of the hut, before the defendant and Mummy's son's appalled eyes. And that, Your Excellency, is the truth of what happened on the beach that day. By your silence, Minimo-san, I take it that you don't deny the charge. This is absurd! That will do. It would appear that we have a tacit admission of guilt from the witness. Accordingly, this court has successfully established the truth of this matter, which means that the defendant, Benbami-san, is innocent of the crime. Oh, thank goodness! No, it's not going to be that easy. I finally met him, Cave. I say, I've never been more proud. No, this can't be. The Ouchi clan can't. What of my growth? My growth of hope. It wasn't total apparition. I can't accept this. I won't. I see no reason for the continuation of this trial. I will therefore move to conclude proceedings by delivering my final... Well, this is all very convenient. This is how the highest court in our mighty empire delivers justice, is it? Pressing well-meaning citizens' freedom to speak, and branding them as criminals. But if it starts that the victim was stabbed from outside the hut, to the red screen walls, and no one but you was in place at the time to have his hand on the hilt of the blade, it's a perfectly logical deduction. So, your argument hinges on the location of whoever stabbed the Englishwoman. That's it? Well, it seems a little irrelevant now. Irrelevant? Where she was stabbed, how she was stabbed. Doesn't matter, I mean. That she was stabbed at all makes no difference if you think about it. After all, this trial's already shown the whole thing hinges on something else. What are you talking about? Brace yourself, little man. I'm talking about the fact that everything's changed. Because of the dirt you dug up. What? Enough obscurity. Explain yourself, witness. What's to explain? I'm talking about the poison, of course. Poison? Let's ask the professor for a comment on the situation, shall we? I understand that a deadly poison you were developing was stolen from your laboratory, correct? It's been shown that the poison was administered to the victim, Miss Brett. Is that right? That is correct. The unusual constriction of the victim's pupils are a sure sign that this particular poison was used. I see. So presumably that means that the victim already had the poison in her body before she was stabbed? Ah! It's the same twist as in the first trial that we did back in the first game, but it's done on us instead of on the true culprit. Even that her pupils were clearly constricted, it seems highly likely, yes. If she had been dead already, the poison could not have circulated in her blood. How refreshing to hear the argument of a metropolitan mind. Precisely. It matters not a jot who starts coming whose back and with whose blade. Because, quite simply, the Englishwoman's life was taken not by the knife, but by the poison.
Objection!
But that can be explained by the poison being on the blade, as I already...
Objection!
Forgotten already, have we, Yokel? In these very proceedings, the laboratory of the professor just assisted in improving. The blade of the weapon used to attack the victim had no trace of poison on it whatsoever. We're going to have to show that this had the poison, right? I want to like examine the tip or something. Is something wrong, father? No, this is the same thing. So let me get this down. The fact as skillfully established by the defense in this trial turns out to be a headline-making red herring. Is that about right? Well... Order! Order! But where does this leave us? How, in that case, did the poison enter the victim's body? There's an undeniably obvious answer to that. The lady most likely imbibed it. You mean she drank it? Have another look at the photograph here. You can see a bottle of carbonated water and a glass had been knocked on the sunny floor of the beach hut. The poison could have been slipped into either, but don't we need like the via the mouth or a wound? So this is different from the poison of the first trial. So somebody made this bread drink it. Well, what do you know? Look at those dashing eyes. This will make a great front page shot. Hey, why the bewitching stare? After all, I'm the last person you should be looking at. It would make no sense at all that I poisoned the woman, would it? I mean, that has been established already. Established? What are you talking about? Don't tell me you've forgotten. That's a little hard to believe, even the person who established it was you. Me? What on earth does he mean? Oh, let me capture those white eyes. This is prime press fodder, this is. It would seem that this trial is not destined to end yet after all. Here I call upon the witness to give further testimony. That's great, it is. Let me get a shot of that magnificent beard, Your Excellency. You claim to be impossible that you were the one responsible for administering the poison to the victim. You will explain to the court in your testimony the basis upon which you make such a claim. I'm a Giorno, and I'm a man. Never tried to run or hide from anything in my life. And I'm not about to start now, because that's many memories in. For a brief moment I thought I had illuminated the truth, but it has slipped right back into obscurity again. Ask, where is this trial going to take us? We're still going on. Complete innocence. Oh yes, I stabbed the English woman. And it's that very fact that proves I'm innocent. Because why would I have bothered to stab the woman if I had already poisoned her? When I heard a student girl and a pompous English murderer agreed, it got my goat. If the courts weren't going to punish Brett for what she did, someone else would have to see justice done. So, you admit it then? That everything happened as I described? But you are the one who stabbed Miss Brett in the back through the read screen. Can't blame this miserable country of ours. A country that bows to the pressure of foreign powers and lets murderers walk free. What kind of future can a country like that have? That's why I did it. I did what our pathetic leaders didn't have the guts to do. Dude, you're starting to sound a little bit fascist. Calm down. That bang in the middle of that charming lady's back. I plunged the blade of sweet justice right in there. As someone who spends his life seeing that the truth is told, I feel really awful about giving false information in my testimony before. But as it turns out, there was somebody else who had it in for the victim and got to her before me. That's right, you guessed it. That pretty little student girl. Now there's a woman after my own heart. You're implicated right again. She's the one who gave the poison to the English woman and ended her pitiful existence. And suddenly, snap! This journal here is off the hook. The argument is sound, certainly. The witness had administered the poison himself. He need only have waited for it to take effect. Subsequently, stabbing the victim in the back would have been entirely nonsensical. And therefore, this reporter had nothing to do with the poisoning. Yes, it's all quite logical. We still haven't talked about how Brett had your pen in her hand. That's right, it is logical and true. I'm glad you've all seen the light. Justice at last. This is unbelievable. After I had made so much progress in proving his guilt, is he going to get away with it now? Not at all. Think of Kazuma-sama and Naruhodo-san. They never stop looking for a way forward until the judge's final gable. Very well then, counsel. Proceed with what I assume to be your final cross-examination in this trial. Ah. Yes, Your Excellency. Hey chat, are you ready? Here we go. The final cross-examination. Oh yes, I stabbed the English woman.
Hold it!
So, you do admit that you had murderous intentions towards Miss Brett, then? The one's very existence offended my sense of justice. Your sense of... some sort of righteous indignation? She was pure evil. A cold-blooded killer who would commit a murder right here on our empire's soil. But did our good-for-nothing government do anything? Not a chance. So I had to step in. Fly the flag of justice. Put things right for the people. Yes, it was my civic duty. That's what drove me to do it. So in summary, murderous intentions then. Whatever you want to call it. The point is, that English woman was a blight. So I had to do what's right. For society. Because we do live in one. Yet the real wrong was done. I just didn't kill a dog. A crime for which she must pay. Obviously. Because the poisoning was nothing to do with me at all.
Hold it!
To incriminate her. So you still maintain that you didn't give the poison to the victim? Obviously. That'd be like putting a belt on your trousers when you were already wearing braces like this. The accused administered the poison, following which this witness stabbed the victim. An unforgivable act, certainly, but not one of murder. That crime rests on the accused's shoulders. That is how the law works, you see, Yokel. Who knows, you may even learn something here today. Two consecutive attempts on her life in the space of minutes? Quite a day for the victim. Do something that evil, and you've got it coming. That's how the law works. The law of reckoning. That's not the kind of law this court upholds. We'll reiterate why you were compelled to stab the victim then, witness.
Hold it!
What exactly were they arguing about? Oh, what happened in that restaurant 9 months ago, that's what. A student girl was slain into the English woman for killing her beloved mentor, Dr. Wilson. Yes, John H. Wilson. A professor of medicine, invited here from England by Professor Mikoto Wanunes. Right, but the English woman were just jeered. Her case was to be heard by the British Consular Court in Shanghai. However, there's little doubt that she would simply have been acquitted and sent back to her homeland a free woman. She was eating that student girl up inside, you could see it. I really felt for her. Oh? I can't. I can't stand here and listen to this tribe. Ray! Young girl, just an accused here. You can't just blurt out whenever you feel like it. No, you can't. Sorry, but I'm in the middle of something very important, some very important testimony here. Just keep quiet and listen. But this awful man is making all this up. Sato, please, you have to make them listen. Return to the dock at once, Memami-san. We're in the middle of a cross-examination.
Hold it!
Your Excellency, please, I implore you. That journalist is clearly not a trustworthy witness. Exactly! He's a filthy, rotten, black-hearted, bigoted, dirty, great peeping Tom. Whoa, take it easy there. Please, I really think the court should hear what the defendant has to say. Your Excellency, I see no need whatsoever to entertain the accuser's remarks. ... I will grant the request of the defense. Yeah, but Your Excellency! This is likely to be the final cross-examination of these proceedings. As such, I believe it would be ill-advised to stifle to the defendant's obvious concerns. So, whilst recognizing that this contravenes regular protocol, I hereby call upon the defendant to speak. Oh! Thank you so much, Your Excellency. It was nothing to do with Dr. Wilson. We were discussing the stolen poison.
Hold it!
The stolen poison that killed the victim, you mean? I suspected her of being the one to steal it. I mean, just think about how she killed Dr. Wilson. That's true. Additionally, Miss Brett certainly had knowledge of the new poison. But surely it would be no easy task to steal such a highly secret toxin developed for the government. Indeed, all visitors to the laboratory are thoroughly searched when they leave. Being a thief managed to avoid being seen by myself or a colleague, then the poison out will be very difficult. That's true, I pestered Professor Mikoto until he agreed to show me the poison when I visited his laboratory. But as I left, I was searched from top to tail. Miss Brett rather bluntly revealed the existence of the toxin we had been developing, you see. And since Toseki-san expressed such an interest in it, I felt unable to refuse. Obviously, I gave nothing away, other than the fact that it was an extremely potent substance. I'm very ashamed of myself, it's just that I've had a singularly terrible experience with a deadly poison. I wanted to look at my own enemy in the eye. Surely you can understand that. To find out if my suspicions were true, I confronted Miss Brett about the poison. I told her that if there were to be an incident involving it somehow, it wouldn't just be the university. The military would be dragged into it. The whole government even. It would be a complete disaster. And how did Miss Brett respond to your concerns? She just called those beautiful lips of hers and said she didn't know the first thing about it. In English, actually. Ah, yes. Nimimo-san, one small question if you don't mind. I do mind. Can't you see I'm busy? Clearly you were outside the beach hut listening in, whilst the defendant and Miss Brett were conversing. Presumably then, It was you who wrote this article about what you had here. Exclusive! Deadly poison stolen from Yumi Medical Research Laboratory. The story was published in this morning's edition of Sojourner. The details are too accurate for it to have been written by anyone else. Sorry, don't know what you're talking about. Yes, look at this! The entire article! It's almost what I said to Miss Brett word for word! Well, my name is San. As a journal and citizen of a free country, I don't have to reveal my sources. I'm pretty sure you do if you want to have credibility in any kind of text that you publish. That's a founding principle of many memoirism. Others clearly write about this. That reporter did write that article, and he based it on what he overheard from outside the hut. So that's what it was all about. We're trying to cover up for the fact that you were listening in. That's why you came up with a stinking story about me arguing with her. Shut up! My stories never stink. Look, whatever you say, little girl, it doesn't matter, alter the facts. Your Excellency, there's something I want to say, and I wanted to go on record. Very well, you may amend your formal testimony. Oh, he's very agitated. The point is, if you had poisoned someone, there would be no reason to then go and stab that person as well.
Hold it!
Perhaps you doubted the efficacy of the poison, and sought to make sure your victim would die. That's horse dung. What? That would be like pouring pepper on your Chinese ramen before you had even tasted it. Completely reckless. Although, it might surprise you to learn that I'm in a bit of an impetuous pepper pourer as it happens. Once the victim had taken the poison, she would have only been minutes away from death. And yet, this man then proceeded to stab her in the back as well. There has to have been some good reason for that. It was the reporter who gave the poison to Miss Brett, and clearly, he must have done it prior to Ray entering the hut. Yes, that's undeniable. But between him leaving the hut and the victim being stabbed, was one very crucial change in the situation. Sorry? What change? The reporter overheard the conversation between Ray and the Englishwoman. Yes, that's it! That's when Minosan first found out the exact nature of the poison he had used. That could be the key here. The victim had unwittingly taken the poison already. The reporter would have had no reason to stop her. On the face of it, that logic sounds entirely reasonable. There's no question that this man was responsible for Miss Brett's murder. If we can think of a plausible explanation as to why he might have stabbed her even after the poisoning, I feel sure that everything would drop into place. That's what we should be looking for. Yes, I agree. In order to do that, I must try to glean more information. This case is just going on. Alright. Can I really not examine the pen? It's like the same thing. Now, how do we prove this? Maybe you wanted to stab her so that you could pin it on the girl and not and so that people wouldn't notice the initials. What is the truth, I wonder? I'm going to save, and I'm going to present the pen, just in case. Alright, here we go.
Objection!
Nope. So it's not the bell. It's not the pen that we have to present. There would be no reason to then go and stab the person as well. Maybe it was to hide the fact that it was poison. No trace of poison was found on the blade.
Objection!
Nope. I was going to think maybe he wanted to make people think that it was on the blade instead of on the glass or something. She means it. She has. Yeah. If you have poisoned someone, there would be no reason to then go and stab the person as well. Well, you wanted to incriminate it, of course, but like... And sadly I need to go to bed. Thank you for the stream and see. Don't worry, I know that it's like 1 AM over here as well, so probably after we're done with this, the case will hopefully end, and then you can go to bed as well. But thank you for being here, CPC. I hope you've enjoyed it, and have a good night of sleep.
Objection!
Nope. No. Oh god. Maybe the reason is because he didn't want the murder to be a poison murder. A murder done by poison. So that he could still write up the story and not draw attention to himself.
Objection!
Ooh. Well, I can think of one reason. What? But before I explain, I would like you to confirm something for the court. Did you claim all the information for this newspaper article from what you overheard outside the hut? Of course he did, there can be no question of that. After all, when we were all in the laboratory together, all we were told is that it was a terrible toxin. And there is one more important fact to consider. According to the witness, Mbabi-san's verbal attack against the victim began as soon as she entered the hut. In other words, it would have been impossible for her to have slipped the poison into Miss Brett's drink.
Objection!
Where are you going with this, counsel? Enimo-san has made it quite clear that he observed every single thing that happened in the beach hut. If the defendant had somehow been found guilty... No, if the defendant had somehow found an opportunity, this man would have seen it. Ugh. Which means that Miss Brett couldn't have imbibed the poison whilst the defendant was present. In fact, it must have been administered to her before Mbabi-san entered the hut. Yes, a very articulate report. When I walked into the hut, I immediately started to press Miss Brett about the poison. At which point, San overheard some worrying information. Worrying information? What worrying information? Information which he subsequently included in his newspaper article. Namely, that the poison was being developed in strict secrecy, and that it couldn't be readily obtained. Oh, okay, so my theory was wrong. But we got it right at least. Absolutely. In fact, that's quite an understatement. The only possible place it could come from is my lab. And furthermore, anyone affected by the poison would exhibit telltale signs of death. The extreme constriction of their pupils. Yes, it's quite stark when you see it. There are other poisons that show similar symptoms, but not among new substances that are undetectable. In other words, it would be clear that the victim's life had been ended by the use of this particular poison, which would reduce the number of suspects to only a handful of people. Oh! Everyone in my laboratory is aware of the unique properties of the toxin we have been developing. None of them will be foolish enough to attempt to use it for some nefarious deed. And Bami-san is being no exception. Therefore, we can conclude that whoever administered this unique poison to the victim was a layperson, aware of its telltale properties. Ugh. In other words, someone like you write a mini memo. Ugh. Dun, dun, dun. Here's the theme. It was you who stole the poison from the laboratory that day. And it was you who administered it to the unwitting victim. But you quickly realized that was a terrible mistake. Because the poison caused such unusual symptoms that was so traceable. As you listened in from the far side of the beast's hut, thin walls, you learned of these facts. But you had already given the victim the poison at that point. It was too late. So you had to plan to disguise your mistake. A plan that involved stabbing the victim in the back with a read screen.
Objection!
But what good could that possibly do? Isn't it obvious, Counsel? That was to kill Miss Brett before the poison could take effect. Once in the blood, the poison causes the onset of pupil constriction. But he had hoped to precipitate the victim's death before that happened, hadn't he? Exactly. Because without any revealing signs of the new secret poison's use, no one would have ever suspected. This is extraordinary. Yes, the effects of the poison meant it would be too easily identified. The killer had to mask its use, which he attempted to do by plunging a knife into the middle of the victim's back. Order! 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 The argument presented is sound. The court is satisfied that it warrants consideration. Does the prosecution have a counter-argument it wishes to put forward? Well, there are a number of... yes! I counter completely.
Objection!
The prosecution's evasive response clearly showed. In much the same way as he nurtures the remnants of his stopknot, he is clinging to his lost hope. Lost hope? Hold it. Now he's going to say, oh, but how did I get the poison without being searched? Oh. You pathetic, useless, falling samurai. Falling? What are you calling falling? Our proceeding growth is... I don't need a counter-argument. What are you talking about? It should be blatantly obvious. Stole the poison, you say. It's the victim, you say. Not her, you say. Lots of fine theories. But I don't need a counter-argument because you don't have an argument yourself. Where's your evidence? Yes, you make it all sound so plausible, don't you? But without evidence, it means nothing. Whereas I base my news on facts. Facts? What do you mean? Explain yourself. I mean, what the professor said earlier is in this trial. It's all here, in my many memos, every word, every slip of the tongue, all noted. That's what the Soju news is famous for. It's the power of the imprinted news, of the imprinted word. But surely it would be no easy task to steal such a highly secret toxin being developed for the government. Indeed, all visitors to the laboratory are thoroughly searched when they leave. Enough if a thief managed to avoid being seen by myself or a colleague. Getting the poison out would be very difficult. How's that then? Blowing the story wide open? I write a mini memo. A mere reporter from the Soju News. Couldn't possibly have stolen that poison from the professor's laboratory. Ah! But there can't be any question of it. He must have stolen the poison that day. He stole it and used it to kill. If that's the case... As we have identified, the poison itself is the definitive evidence we need. Because whoever stole it from the laboratory that day is the true culprit here. What's your point, you annoyingly handsome country bumpkin? Oh my god, the bisexual vibes. The point is this. There's one way that you, Many Memo-san, could have stolen the poison that day. I have heard enough verbal conjecture now, thank you. What the court must be shown is evidence. What proof do you have that this witness stole the poison on the day in question? Let's do it one second. Completely tell us about the whole thing. No, but let me point it out that it's empty. There's a very small amount of liquid, maybe it's that. We don't really have much of a choice.
Take that!
The proof, Your Excellency, is this fountain pen. Oh! A fountain pen? How can that possibly be relevant? This magical pen somehow seemed to have enough ink to write many thousands of kanji characters. I believe they arrived in our country for the first time some 15 years ago now. I swear by the whistle hair, calligraphy brush and nothing else. These newfangled pens are merely a fad. Well, as a forward-thinking man of words, obviously I love my fountain pen. Like I'm a soupçon of come to sink and no one's work, and one's work is awash with works in the blink of an eye. That's right. Fountain pens have a small reservoir in the barrel, into which ink is sucked up to the nib of the pen in order to ripe up with later. What does all this talking of sucking a pink have? Ah. And just as it's possible to suck a pink into the reservoir, it's also possible to eject it through the nib again, of course. My word. Can this really be? Well, Many Memo-san? When you saw the deadly poison before your eyes in the laboratory that day, you used your fountain pen, your very lifeblood, killed some of it, didn't you? By siphoning the poison up through the nib, and into the pen's reservoir. Ugh.
Objection!
What absurdity! That never happened. Oh, we've heard that there were procedures in place to prevent thefts like this from the laboratory. But would anyone have thought to look inside a fountain pen of all places? No, I'm a little ashamed to say that for fear of offending our guest, that a detailed search would not have been conducted. Well, this is quite startling, I must say. I remember the cord that this pen was found in the clutches of the victim when she died. In other words, it was dropped at the scene by Minimo-san. But the crucial question is, where exactly was the pen dropped? Are you suggesting? The natural conclusion is that in your haste to act whilst the victim was distracted for a moment, you dropped the pen after you emptied the poison from it into her glass.
Objection!
There could be any number of alternative explanations. For example, a witness could have been using his pen to write down details of his conversation with the victim. And when shocked by one of her outrageous answers, the pen fell from his scribbling hand.
Objection!
No, that can't be. If it was, could you explain why the pen was devoid of ink? What? As you can see for yourself, if you examine the evidence, there would appear to be no ink present in the reservoir. What newspaper reporter goes to interview someone with nothing in his pen? No, the pen was dropped after the poison that filled his reservoir had been emptied into the victim's glass. Witness, what do you have to say in your defense? So this is how your modern justice system works, is it? So what if the ink in my pen runs dry? So what if my pencil snaps? Oh god. I can always claw my way back into the game. I have plenty in reserve. Ah! You claim I sucked the poison out into my pen? That's wild speculation, nothing more. If you thought you could bring down a fine, upstanding citizen with a trick like that, think again. It looks as though it's going to take one final decisive blow to finish this matter. As I see it, the situation is now very simple. It rests upon whether or not this witness did indeed steal the poison on the day in question. Hola, estamos terminando. And therefore, it all depends upon whether or not the defense can prove that he did with evidence. No such evidence could possibly exist.
Objection!
Minimo-san, this is how our modern justice system works. What? In the courtroom, evidence is everything. Something you would do well to remember. Because we are well past the point of speculation at this stage, I assure you. Well then, I call upon the defense to present the aforementioned evidence. This is it then. This will be the final piece in the puzzle. Ah! The defense can prove, by means of this item, it was the witness's pen that was used to steal the poison. The chemical reagent.
Take that!
Counsel, what is that bottle? This bottle contains the unique chemical reagent that can identify the poison in question. Ah! Yes, that poison is an entirely new synthesis of alkaloids, developed by my colleagues and I. It would be impossible to detect traces of it by any other method. Or, from another perspective, simply with this chemical reagent, anybody at all could check for traces of the poison. Reagent? What? One drop of the content of this bottle on the tip of your fountain pen, Minimo-san, is all it will take to solve this case beyond all reasonable doubt. No, you can't. I won't. Your crimes are bad enough. Let at least know when to admit defeat. Your Excellency, the defense requests permission to carry out the test on the fountain pen at once. Oh, golly. This isn't my fault. The Empire of it all time to hold its weight to the nation. That boy in his head, those took arms. I fought there in the battlefield. I hold in justice and righteousness. Many more. Little, with me. I'm... Boyerismo. El poder de los boyeros. El poder de las bolleras. Did I do it right? That was a successful takedown, wasn't it? Not quite. That was a Ryutaro takedown. Ganaron las bolleras una vez más. The instant the first drop of the regent touched the nib of the fountain pen, it was clear to everyone present. When I saw it there in the lab at the poison, the devil got hold of me and I decided to do it on a whim. I excused myself, emptied all the ink down the sink in the bathroom, washing the reservoir out carefully. And then you waited for an opportunity to suck up some of the poison, didn't you? Into your fountain pen. Yes, that's right. Answer me one thing, my little son. Why did you steal it? For what purpose? Isn't it obvious? Find out what it was made of and expose it in an article. I mean, it was a secret project after all. Should use it for a journal like me to pass up. Then why did the English woman end up dead? I went into that hut intending to quiz her on her situation. That's all. As a reporter. Young killer, enjoying full freedom, feeling justice by leaving the country. I told her what I thought about it. And she just laughed in my face. Oh, what's this? A Far Eastern caveman purporting to practice journalism. Really, you must learn the difference between reporting and listening at doorways. You ignorant plebeian. What did you call me? This country with its pretensions to a justice system, to a free press. It's really very depressing. You see your superior ways in the West, yet you lack the mental capacity to emulate them. Get out of here, you oaf. Get out and crawl back into the caves you came from. Ooh. That's when I remembered what the deadly poison I happened to have in my pen at the time. What a terrible tale. In my head, I knew I should just get out of there as quickly as possible, but I couldn't. I couldn't let her get away with what she had done, when she clearly had no remorse at all. I suppose it was my journal spirit, getting all fired up. I would like to ask you something. Yes? You often talk about justice. But surely as a journalist, you could have used other means to deliver the justice you sought. There is no justice in the press. Sorry? After that trial 9 months ago, I kept digging and digging to find out what had happened in that courtroom. And finally, I discovered the truth. It was a cover-up, that's what it was. A cover-up? What do you mean? I will remind you of your position, witness. Be careful of what you say. Oh, come on, doesn't it strike you as strange? Personally not allowed to convict a foreign national? Consular jurisdiction should have never come into it. And yet that puffed up Englishwoman was going to sail away into the sunset, a free woman. The only possible explanation is that behind the scenes, some deal had gone down between Britain and Japan. What sort of deal? I had done my research, dug up all the dirt. It was all ready to be published. But you know what happened? The editor just tore the article up. He came under pressure from the government, you mean? Our government is going to let criminals walk free. They are going to crush the free press. Then what choice do I have but to see that justice is done myself? Let's not forget, Minimo-san, that you committed murder yourself. You tried to lay the blame at the defendant's door. I'm sorry, but you're no better than Giselle Brett. What? The truth is, you have no right to talk about justice at all. I suppose. It would appear that we have reached a conclusion in this trial at last. Counsel for the defense, Ryutaro Naruho. Oh. Yes, sorry, Your Excellency. Just musing in a manly way here. It's almost unbelievable that this is your first experience of the Supreme Court. It was an excellent performance. In truth, it very much reminded me of your cousin's exploits. Oh, Naruhodo-sa, Ryusuke, you mean? The way he handled the trial 9 months ago, and the way you handled this one. It gives me hope that we're generally entering a new era of justice in this land. That's very flattering, Your Excellency. Hearing the defense you put forward today made me feel most keenly. The future of our justice system will be forged by you and your contemporaries. Thank you. So, Prosecutor Ochi, do you have any final thoughts? Oh. Is he going to commit seppuku? Prosecutor Ochi! I, the Getsuchi of the Ochi clan, have been bested by a callow youth not once now, but twice. If there was any shred of my former self left, it has withered and died here today. Gosh, your journey to cultural enlightenment sure took a while, didn't it? Silence! Rather than living on in shame, I will end it all now with this blade. Or that is the true path to Ouchiism. Ouchiism? One hopes that's the only way in which he'll be modeling himself after the witness. Sprig of my topknot. The time is right for farewell. Hope is lost forever. Tagetsuchi. Ah! Oh god. There it goes. Just a few strands of hair. Pray. Pray for the top knot. Pray. Oh yeah, you were here as well. Now, in regard to the defendant, Reimen Mami-san. Yes, Your Excellency. I have reached my final verdict. I hereby find you not guilty. We did it. It took us like 4 hours and a half, but we did it. That was a nice introductory case. Court is adjourned. Okay, I'm going to save and leave it here because it's 1 a.m. It's 1:30 a.m. here, and I should probably be going to bed. So going back to title, let's just save again, just in case. Alright, now then. Thank you everyone for being here. It's been a fantastic and lovely stream. And I will see you next time. I don't think there's anyone... Yeah, there's no one left at the moment. So I will just be cutting stream. Thank you so much for being here. And nos veremos. No puede ser. Mark. Se acaban las bolleras y se acabó el mes. Tristemente sí. Mark, el automod te ha cogido bolleras como un término ofensivo. Ay. Yeah, thank you for being here, Empirical Woodland. Thank you everyone for being here. And yeah, it was very weird. But yeah, it's been a pleasure. And I will see you next time with another game, which is not... It's not Blasphemous, but it's neither Ace Attorney. You will see. Until then, I bid you farewell, everyone. Goodbye.